Good morning, everybody. I'd like to get started so we save time today. Welcome to the Oliver Kelly Farm, the Minnesota Board of Animal Health. Here at Sawatzke. Call this meeting to order. 9:33. We'll start with introductions first, and then we'll move on with our agenda.
I'm Dean Calhoun. I'm from Medina, Minnesota. I'm a swine producer involved with a family-owned and operated swine breeding stock business that also has commercial hog production. And then we market a lot of our pork or our pigs through our own branded program known as Company Family Farms.
I'm Jim Watts from Southeast Minnesota. Here in the farm incidentally. And I'm honored to be here.
I'm Molgaard, seen at the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary.
I'm Marion Garcia, I'm the Executive Director for the Board of Animal Health.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Stephan Schaefbauer, Area Veterinary in charge for USDA Veterinary Services.
Hi, everyone, I'm Medina. I serve as the Director of Government Relations for the Minnesota Department of Agriculture.
Mark Volk, deer farmer, Royal, Minnesota. Gary Olson, deer farmer, Greensboro, Minnesota.
Scott Swine, I'm Cervid producer, about 8 miles in Fed north.
Joni Scheftel, I'm the State Public Health Veterinarian at Minnesota Department of Health.
I'm Regina Attorney. I'm a master's in public health student intern in the Department of Health and Geology.
Hi, I'm Erin Kreider, Communications Specialist at the Board of Animal Health.
Jill Ressler, CEO for Minnesota Pork.
Michelle Carstensen, I'm a wildlife program supervisor with Minnesota DNR, dairy farming kid from Wisconsin, and no packer jokes. Taking it personally.
Erik Jopp, Assistant Director with the Board of Animal Health.
I'm Crystal Atslager, I work at the NPTL for the Board of Animal Health.
Sheldon Voss, I'm a senior veterinarian with the Minnesota Board of Animal Health, part of the Minnesota Patients. Courtney Wheeler, senior veterinarian, Minnesota Board of Animal Health.
Brian H., Senior Veterinarian, Minnesota Board of Animal Health.
Diana Walker, Compliance Supervisor, Minnesota Board of Animal Health.
Jessica Fox, I'm a board member and veterinarian in Southwest Minnesota.
Alex Stady, I'm a board member and cattle person.
Dr. Peggy Ann Hawkins, I'm a swine veterinarian by trade and a microbiologist by default.
Got a few members in the back.
Zach Black, who's General Manager, Minnesota Dairy Herd Improvement.
Nikki Daly, Minnesota Airborne Council.
Ken Williams, deer farmer, Northern Minnesota.
I have one out farming from home in Minnesota.
Paul Anderson, previous employee of the Board of Animal Health, and I'm very interested in both the deer health folks and the dog and cat breeders accounts.
Lucy, I'm from Minnesota Department of Agriculture, Emergency Response.
Thank you, everybody. Eric Sawatzke, turkey producer from West Central Minnesota, and president of the board. Next, is there an approval of the minutes from the September meeting?
I so move.
Is there a second?
I started.
Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Same sign. Motion carries. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for today?
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
I
Any same sign? All right, motion carries. That brings us to Michelle's legislative update. You can go wherever you want. Okay, so let's do it here. Okay. Where's the microphone? Here.
it's on.
Just.
Yeah.
Okay. So, as I said, I'm Sean Medina. I serve as the Director of Relations with the Department of Agriculture. And as you all probably know, we have a legislative session coming up. We start on January 3rd, so there's under a month to go. We just had an election in November, as you probably also already know, government will be elected. And now the House and Senate both have a slight Democratic majority. So that'll be a different change from having split bodies last section. So this section is a budget section. So we're working on our 2-year budget for all departments, all agencies within the government. So that's the main focus, but there's also a policy and the possibility of doing bonding since bonding was not completed last year. So it could be a pretty long session. It'll be interesting to see what happens as well. We have a forecast coming out today. As you know, I have about a $7 billion surplus, a little more details on that later today. Just some quick facts for this upcoming session. In the Senate is 34 DFL, 30 Republicans. There are 24 newly elected members. In the House, it's 70 DFL and 64 Republican, and there are 47 newly elected members. So what this means for us is that we have a lot of education to do for these new members because they haven't done this before. And a lot of the members also, they're in their second term, were in during COVID, so it was virtual. So now we're most likely back to fully in person. And so we'll be doing a lot of informational hearings, a lot of presentations, sharing our legislative reports, a lot of education up front because a lot of members just haven't done this, so they don't know about the board, you know, as much as we need them to. So we'll be doing a lot of that work at the beginning of session and probably throughout session as well. So just a couple things as far as leadership. So the committee chairs in the Senate for Agriculture and Rural Development is Senator Eric Putnam. He's from St. Cloud. In the Energy, Utilities, Environment, and Climate is Senator Nick Prince from North Mankato. And Legacy and Natural Resources is Senator, I always say his name wrong. Pomford, I believe it is, from St. Paul. And so we're still not sure what the split will be for the Environment and Natural Resources, so that's being worked out yet. And then in the House, for the Agriculture Financing Policy is Representative Samantha Vang from Brooklyn Center, and Environment Natural Resource Financing Policy is Representative Hansen from South St. Paul. So that's our new leadership. We're still waiting to hear who the committee members are. So we're hoping this week or next that will come out. So that's still, that'll kind of depend to the makeup of the committees. But a lot of these members have served on these committees before. Senator Eric Putnam has never served on a committee. So again, that's another kind of educational point we have to do with that one, but he's super excited about it. And we look forward to having some ways to teach him and bring him on to farms and educate him about the board and our farmers and what we all do. So for this upcoming legislative session, we will, as the Department of Ag, have an ask for preparedness and response for our Ag Mercy account. We did get funding last session and that kept us afloat, helped us help our farmers through the high path. And we're still in high path, you know, it hasn't gone away, so that's still a concern. So we will ask for money for HPAI, ASF, and other foreign animal diseases. So have that money readily available. There's also going to be some work on meat processing related to livestock. Just a side note too, the MDA just received a $15 million revolving loan for low interest loans to meat processors. So looking forward to having that money at the department to use to help our small processors throughout the state of Minnesota. So that's a big boom for the state for sure. And then of course, CWD will still be an issue going forward, something we're working on MOU and different legislative work on that. So that is what I have for updates. So anyone have any questions?
The loans that you're talking about for the small processors, I assume that's your local like town meat locker type thing, or somebody's somewhere in between that and larger scale. Are there many of those type of facilities in the state?
Yeah, there's pretty good. I don't have the numbers on me. I know our meat department does the department, but yeah, so looking at small and very small, so that's about very small is you're under 10 employees and small is under 500. It's above interest below 3%. So it's really beneficial for our producers or processors for sure.
Any other questions for Michelle? All right. Thanks, Michelle, for your update.
Thanks.
All right, good morning. We've got a full agenda today, and I would like to simply highlight a few items before the actual team gets into their presentations. With regard to CWD, you will hear about the hunter harvested deer testing results and also about the testing results from the recently depopulated deer farm. Taken together, these results challenge us to continue to work closely with the DNR and university partners towards a well-rounded understanding of this important disease. With regards to HPAI, you're going to hear about some important changes from USDA on HPAI management. In some instances, these changes give the states more flexibility to manage how we meet the requirements, and in some cases, they change federal requirements. In Minnesota, we have decided to take advantage of some of these by incorporating industry into accomplishing tasks, freeing up state and federal resources to devote to other programs we have. With regard to the upcoming legislative sessions, the combination of newly elected state legislators and newly hired board members of Board of Animal Health personnel give us a unique opportunity to forge solid working relationships in support of the people of Minnesota. With regard to board personnel vacancies, which are largely a result of the hiring freezes during the COVID pandemic, the leadership of the board, including all senior veterinarians, the business manager, and the quality assurance manager, I believe your title there, Maya, but that's what I'm going to call you. Okay. Have worked hard to identify a new way to align our personnel. We will leverage the experts of program management with the generalists who make up our field staff, consolidate resources where possible to gain efficiencies, and ensure that all programs, all species, are resourced and managed for success. There will be some paradigm shifting, which always involves work and patience and time. But I believe that the structure that the team developed will make us even better than we already are. And since I just wrote this morning, I had to ask Eric to quickly make copies and bring them for your board packet. So that was your last edition of the board packet. Do you have any questions for me?
If you would just maybe expand a little bit on your paradigm shifting that you mentioned, what does that mean?
Yeah, so we had assistant directors who were also program managers, which really consumed a lot of time. And one of the big things the team decided was that program management in itself is enough of a job that they need to be fully devoted to program management. So with that, we redefined the assistant director as someone who really coaches, mentors, teaches, and helps set priorities. So that takes a lot of load off of me because now I help in setting the priorities. And then we've aligned the field staff under one assistant director, including emergency management, and then the program management under another assistant director. So you've got the specialists over here, the generalists over here, and then across the assistant directors and myself, we can kind of triangulate that and set the priorities. That's probably one of the biggest shifts.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Do we have any questions for Marion? All right, thank you. You are.
Good morning, board members. It's so good to see everyone in person. A lot of people know I'm an extrovert, so I'm just like, really know the energy. So the first update that I have for you all is about indemnity related to HPAI, Avian Influenza. We've talked about the cases. You all will receive an update on what's happening in Minnesota, but I also wanted to share with you the indemnity portion because, you know, we all know that when USDA steps to the table, that's a big role that we play. In addition to providing resources in the form of people resources, we bring some additional funding opportunities as well. And so, as you all may know, the Animal Health Protection Act authorizes APHIS to make payments for birds destroyed due to HPAI based on the fair market value of birds. And we're also authorized to reimburse producers for depopulation and disposal activities. We call it 3D, so depopulation, disposal, and disinfection. And so all those payments are authorized. Nationwide, there have been 663 confirmed flocks for HPAI, 46 affected states, and that was as of yesterday and confirmed, right? So I know that we all have different ways of finding out things, and so it may be different numbers, but those are the confirmed numbers, totaling 52.7 million birds affected. For the indemnity costs, national level, as of December 1st, APHIS has committed over $372 million for indemnity of depopulated birds and eggs, as well as $126 million for depopulation, disposal, and virus elimination activities. And then for state agreements, associated personnel, other resources, $108 million. And so that's nationwide. For Minnesota, APHIS has committed over $89 million for indemnity and depopulated birds and eggs, $15 million for depopulation, disposal, and virus elimination activities, and then $5 million for associated personnel, state agreements, and field costs. The next update I have for you is a hiring update. Like the board, we've had some turnover. We're not fully staffed on the USDA side. Currently, we have 15 VS personnel, 3 administrative, including myself, and 12 field staff. We're short 5 positions. 1 VMO vacancy we have in the central team. I did interviews for that position last week, and I'm looking to make a tentative offer this week on that position. We have a program assistant and animal health technician position that have both been advertised. And then in January, February timeframe, I'm looking to advertise for an animal identification coordinator and an epidemiologist. Dr. Mary Donahue took a position with Avian commodity staff on, I think it was last Friday. We had a long weekend, so and so we'll be hiring for that position. So if anyone knows of someone who might be interested in any of those positions, we ask that you let them know or let me know to send you the announcement when it comes out. I'm more than happy to do that. When I was making notes about the hiring updates, it reminded me of our student opportunities, because now is the time of year where those opportunities are going to come out here soon. And so USDA has quite a few what we call pathways programs for students, and the program allows students to come on board, gain experience, and then depending on the program, they can what we call convert into a permanent position without competing formally. And so it's a really great program. Some of them are only paid for the summer. The ones that I left in your packet are all paid ones. And so one is the Chester A. Gibson internship program, up to $7,500 per year for undergraduate studies, $15,000 per year for graduate studies, paid employment during summer and school breaks, and then that trainee would be with APHIS Animal Care. A similar one, the Daniel E. Salmon internship program, is for students who are in non-veterinary fields, but it's the same amount, and it's with veterinary services. And then the Salty Wilson internship is for veterinary fields, so for our veterinary students. And that one's also with veterinary services. We have a Saul Wilson scholar from last year, Michael Schreitz, who I was really excited for him to come on board as a scholar. And if you have any other students who might be interested in these scholarship programs, have them reach out to me. I'm more than happy to walk them through the process. I'm always excited to see Minnesota students in this scholarship program. And so, and then the last opportunity I'd like to talk about. So those, the scholarships that I talked about just now, those come out in January, USA Jobs. And so it's important for your students to go ahead and create accounts and have those ready. The next one is for high school students, our Ag Discovery Program. And it's a free summer outreach program to help teenagers explore careers in agricultural sciences. The program is anywhere from 2 to 4 weeks. APIS partners with 21 colleges and universities across the country. I've had an opportunity to help teach in a program at North Carolina State. Iowa State is our closest one. I've had an opportunity to help teach there. Both of those are combination programs, so not only animal, but also plant health. And then there was another one I was going to mention, I'm sorry, the 21. There is one in Hawaii, so there's that. It's interesting. And the kids stay on campus for those 2 to 4 weeks, free of charge. You just have to get them there. So it's a incredible opportunity. And again, I just want our Minnesota students to know about these opportunities. So if you have students that are interested in agribusiness, plant science, animal science, ag discovery is a fantastic program for them. And then I have some, and then I made a note, I have the website here, or you can search USDA Ag Discovery, and those applications come open the end of December. It's not a hard application process, but it is involved. And so have your students get started early. And if parents have questions, feel free to have them call me. Sometimes people don't contact me because they're like, oh, you're so busy. But I would not be where I am if someone didn't help me as a student. So I'll drop what I'm doing to help our students because they're our future too, right? Like it's just, we can't do it without prepping for the future. So last but not least, I have some USDA trainings that I listed on here. Dr. Robin Corcoran is helping to schedule an emergency management response system training our viewers that you hear about for in-state. And then we have our point animal disease diagnostician course at Plum Island, New York in January. At least one of our animals is attending, maybe more than that. And then there's a captive bolt training for District 2 in April, and I'll be getting more information. That one actually snuck up on me because I was like, oh, I didn't know that one was there. So Dr. Garcia and I would have to get together and see who in the state will attend that. So that is it for me, board members.
I have a question. With your scholarship programs that you're talking about, how do you guys advertise that opportunity for students?
Yeah, so the bulk is done through, it's a few mechanisms. There's some organizations for students that we advertise through, large organizations, and then a lot of it is just word of mouth through USA Jobs. And so, you know, to be fair and equitable, all of our hiring for both students and veterinarians, technicians, all go through USA Jobs. And then outside of that, it's just, we'll have booths at different conferences and fairs and stuff. But yeah, those are the main ways.
My husband is a high school ag teacher, and so your ag discovery program for high school students, I think aligns with a lot of ag teachers and what they teach in high school. So I asked that question just because I've never heard of it, and I think awareness in the ag department in high schools would be really beneficial.
Right, no, absolutely. And I'm so glad you said that. I will say that, you know, I've tried different mechanisms over the years. But I love hearing that because it's something new I can pursue. And quite honestly, if, you know, I don't know if they have like a listserv or something. The hard part is, you know, taking the time to make sure the word does get out. And so this is kind of my first step in trying to do a better job with advertising that particular program. Because I really am sad that not more Minnesota students are taking the opportunity, but a lot of them probably don't.
Any other questions for
I'd just like to follow up on that. I think there's probably a lot of 4-H, FFA type kids that have a background in that type of thing, that if, I don't know if it's possible through animal bites, to maybe circulate it, perhaps through state FFA or whatever, state 4-H would be another opportunity to at least have an avenue where they could put it out. And maybe where we do have scholarships that are available through Minnesota Livestock Breeders and Minnesota State 4-H, and they get a great response from a last email out to people. So I would probably.
Yeah, I'll do that. I'll get the Ag Discovery to Aaron, to put in animal bites, and then, I was just thinking, I was like, I should be sending it to you. And so these are great ideas. Thank you for that.
There's a Minnesota egg teacher association. It's a listserv that I could connect you with.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Because that would be another avenue for you to push on.
We'll flood them with our Minnesota students. Which would be great.
Another question is I know Dr. Donahue has done a lot of the epi reports on IPATH, and I believe on the CWD investigations, if I'm not mistaken. Do we have someone else in Minnesota that's also been doing that? I assume with all the avian influenza, sure she wasn't able to get to all of those, or maybe she was, I don't know, but do we have people that are still on board that can handle that or that do that?
Yeah, so one of her transition plans was to make sure that she worked with someone on the epi for at least for the response. And so Lucy, and Dr. Garcia, we all made it clear that we needed that transition. And so, she had already been working with Dr. Sandra Larson, who's on the agenda later, to give an update. And so we have that, what we call bench strength, right? We've been trying to make sure that each position has at least a backup or additional person trained. And then as far as CWD, we have Dr. Wheeler here, of course. And then when the new epi is hired, that person will be trained in. So I'm pretty confident that we'll get someone up to speed. Of course, each person brings their own strengths, right? But I'm confident that I'll get another epi who will be able to work with the board and do those tasks.
Any other questions? Great, thank you, Stephan.
Thank you.
Next, we have Molgaard.
Hi, I am pleased to share an update since we last talked in September about what's been going on around the University of Minnesota College of Veterinary Medicine. So like other institutions, the pandemic hiring freeze is over, but it's still having lingering effects. About 1/3 of my leadership positions at the college are still in interim positions, and all of those searches have been launched, but we'll be very pleased when they are all filled with permanent people. So actually the 6th of 6 searches will be launched this week. And I would like to thank Dr. Garcia for agreeing to be on the Veterinary Diagnostic Lab Director Search Committee. So that's the 6th one. It's launching tomorrow. Other searches include our Veterinary Population and Medicine chair. And so that's the department that houses our food animal faculty and our pathologists, as well as the other ones that are less related to the Board of Animal Health. But we have the Veterinary Biomedical Sciences Department chair, and a couple of associate deans. The partnership with South Dakota State University, which is our 2+2 partnership to recruit and train 20 additional veterinary students to serve the upper rural Midwest, is continuing. And we have our accreditation site visit in April in Brookings. We had a record number of applicants to our DVM program this September between the two schools, with, of course, the lion's share of those applicants being to the St. Paul program. By way of research updates, as you may know, vaccinations for turkey arthritis virus, or TARV, are used broadly to vaccinate breeding turkeys, which gives their young immunity until 2 to 3 weeks of age. Research led by Dr. Rob Porter found that it may be necessary to expand vaccination for turkeys up to 28 days of age to ensure that the health of flocks, especially due to newer strains of that virus. We had a chance through the Ag Food Summit hosted by AgriGrowth to give some updates about research and outreach related to high-path avian influenza and African swine fever. I moderated a discussion between Dr. Carol Cardona and Dr. John Dean talking about high-path avian influenza and African swine fever preparedness and response as it relates to the impact, real impact and potential impact of those two viruses and other viruses of high potential impact across the food systems. Continuing with the theme of African swine fever, our Center for Animal Health and Food Safety and Dr. Andres Perez's leadership continues to support USDA FAS and NPPC to support in international relations regarding ASF control in infected countries, specifically Vietnam, the Philippines, and Dominican Republic. And in addition to the support that we can provide to these countries, this also helps us in our preparedness, learning about how to be prepared through for an eventual potential introduction or epidemic of ASF in our own country. Dr. Tiffany Wolf at the Minnesota Center for Prion Research and Outreach, or MINPRO, is using LCCMR funds to optimize soil testing for prions that cause chronic wasting disease. Her team will also be developing a Minnesota soils map that will be updated by ongoing experiments and will be used to model CWD risk across the state. Ultimately, she plans to convene a broader team of scientists from across the U.S. to perform coordinated soil-based prion detection research. We've talked a little bit in the past about the leadership that some of our faculty are playing with understanding antibiotic prescribing practices. Dr. Jen Granick is leading some research for equine and canine veterinarian prescribing habits. They collected single-day antibiotic prescribing data from horse and small animal veterinarians, and the review showed that approximately 1 in 4 visits involved antibiotic prescription. And additionally, a survey of veterinarians showed that the beliefs that veterinarians have about antibiotic use do not always match their actual prescribing practices documented in visit records. So this is the first of its kind research in the U.S. I've talked about leadership searches, but workforce shortages across the profession continue to challenge our ability to meet our mission at the college as well as out in communities. And by us, I mean veterinarians. At the college, this impacts our ability to meet our mission of teaching, research, and service. It also risks burnout of our people and certainly costs of overtime for staff. One of the challenges I see with the workforce challenge for veterinarians and veterinary professionals, technicians, et cetera, is that this is often reported as a local problem, and it is really not a local problem. It is a national problem that is felt locally. And we need a coordinated effort to address this and publicize these shortages. So our communities really should not have to make do with veterinary services being an hour or 2 away. And we need to be, I think, working together to talk about these shortages and talk about the strategies that we need to be working on together. We actually had a meeting yesterday with Commissioner Peterson at the Minnesota Department of Ag to talk about some of these strategies that span different agencies and the university and communities, rural communities and urban communities. One of the strategies is veterinary loan repayment, and some of you may know that the state spends $375,000 a year to choose 5 young veterinarians, new graduates, who will receive up to $75,000 a year over 5 years. This eligibility is currently restricted to those practicing in rural areas with serving predominantly food animals. And one of the things we're talking about is expanding that eligibility and expanding that funding because of the critical nature of this workforce shortage. An example of a state that's using a different strategy is Arizona, where they recently proposed $100,000 a loan repayment for any veterinarian who would relocate to their state in any kind of practice setting with any kind of species. So I have not followed that to see if that was funded, but it's an example of the kind of competition that our state and other states will see as this workforce shortage challenge continues, and all of the modeling that the AAVMC, American Association of Veterinary Medical Colleges, has done shows that it will escalate. It will continue to escalate nationally. So one of the challenges with this workforce shortage that is felt acutely at the college is an unintended consequence of our state's Practice Act. Our state's Practice Act unnecessarily limits our ability to recruit faculty, residents, and interns from highly esteemed international universities. So this also hampers our ability to recruit diverse candidates, but it hampers our ability to recruit candidates. So this is a conversation that I've begun to have with MVMA, university relations, and others that I think it's time for us to address this. I talked a little bit in September in response to a question about the companion animal board legislation, and there have been a number of questions in response to my response. So I wanted to be clear that as an organization, the University of Minnesota does not have an official position on this legislation. Individual faculty may exercise their academic freedom and express an opinion, but they must not convey the appearance that their personal position is that of the university's. So I very much respect the expertise of the people in this room, and I look to the people in this room for guidance because you have helped to educate me. But there are certainly a wide variety of stakeholders at the college, and the University of Minnesota has precedent not to take official positions unless expressly authorized by the president or the board of regents. So I am making that statement today. And then also regarding legislation, legislative activities, I'm just mentioning that the university's legislative priorities do not include any bonding money for the college. I hope in the future I can come back to you in future years and that may change because we definitely have needs. Our hospital is over 40 years old, and obviously practice models and the way we teach students to practice were very different 40 years ago. Our research building is more than 70 years old, which is not the way research is conducted nowadays. Our classroom sizes are physically smaller than what we need to be able to increase class size to meet the needs of the workforce. And as I mentioned earlier, the quantity of the applicants, qualified applicants that we have would allow us to increase. So it's a shame that we cannot do that at this point without doing some things differently. But just to, I guess, tee that up for the future, that we hope in the future to be on that list. We are on the list for HEPA projects, things like fixing elevators. Any questions? Yes.
And Laura, I have a question. What is it in the State Practice Act that prevents you from bringing people?
Yeah, it says that somebody either needs to be a board certified specialist, and most of them are, or they need to have gone to an AVMA accredited school. There are some, let's say, for example, I'll use a specific example. We were recruiting a radiologist from a German veterinary school, very highly esteemed veterinary school. She was board eligible, but because it was the middle of a pandemic, she couldn't take boards. They weren't offered. So we were really in a bind there. So it's just one example. There are other states, and I have the survey data available, that have practice acts that say, if you are at the university, the state's College of Veterinary Medicine, you have a provisional license to work at the university doing what they need you to do. Should you leave the university, no, you start over. And that's really, I think, the kind of thing we need. So I'm not predicting what that proposed legislation would look like. We're not there yet, but that's the kind of flexibility that I think would be much more helpful than saying it has to be an ABMA accredited institution, because we're living in a global society. And I know that has its own controversial aspects, but people who are familiar with veterinary education worldwide would know that there are not all veterinary universities that are of a similar caliber to US universities are AVMA accredited, because they're not in the US. And a few are, because they've chosen to do that. Yes.
I'm not sure if you know the answer to this, but when you were talking about the veterinary loan repayment program,
Yes.
looking at expanding that, do you think, and I don't know if you know the answer to this question, but do you think that would say, you know, this many is for, that's, you know, keeping that mixed food animal, and this, you know, could be anything, or would it open them all up?
I guess I'm not proposing anything specific at this point. I think it's great that we have some that are targeted for rural and food animal, but I think we really need to expand that, and then others could be targeted to other needs. And that it may be rural still, but it may not be food animal, because we know that rural practices need food animal and they need other. Yeah. But there are also needs in other communities as well. Yes.
I'd like to back up to your comment about funding, bonding.
Yes.
And the need that there is with 40 and 70-year-old facilities. And you talked about the lack of personnel and the need. There's people that want to become trained. Try to walk me through, I don't know if I missed something there or what, but why wouldn't we be wanting to be in, trying to get something, you know, some bonding? Is it short personnel to be able to carry that through at this point in time, or what is the reason?
Yeah, I mean, the reason is that there are a number of reasons. I think I'm just kind of softly teeing it up for the future, that I think we are going to be moving in that direction. And so for now, our priority is to solidify the 2+2 program, which is increasing our class size by 20 a year. And in the future, I hope to be coming back to you with more solid plans for other things.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I have a question with the MidPro soil research.
Yeah.
Is that, can you just clarify, the project is just starting, or is it ongoing?
I would have to get back to you. I can certainly ask that team for how far along that project is. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. I mean, it builds on previous research.
Right.
So from that point of view, it's ongoing, but how much of it's new and how much of it's, I would rely on this to answer. Yeah.
Are there any other questions for Ms. Laura?
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joni Scheftel. Slides. No, sorry. Do we have, I'm sorry, do we have Albert Rovira up here?
He may be on the call.
Here on the phone?
Yes.
I'm here.
Can we have him do those things first?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, excellent. Good morning, I'm Albert Rovira, Interim Director at the Diagnostic Laboratory. I'm sorry I can't be there this time. I was there for the last one, and I wanted to give you an update on the VDL. Let me see. To start, some trends at the VDL. Last time, three months ago or so, I told you that We had been very busy in the summer, which is usually our slower time. But we had a busy July and a busy August, and that continued into September and October. So those months were also busier than projected. They are always busier, and especially October, November, December, we start getting really busy with respiratory disease in swine, bovines, poultry. So those are always busy, but it's even busier than projected. The November numbers, I don't have them. I just got them. I didn't look at them very closely, but it's been busy November as well. So we've been having a very steady flow of samples, busy both on poultry and swine that are the main sources of samples. And that's important because in July we raise fees, and whenever we raise fees, we want to see what happens with the submissions. We want to keep having submissions so that we can kind of do surveillance and see what's going on in the state. We don't want to raise fees so much that we stop getting samples. So that so far so good. That doesn't look like it's happening. In terms of diseases that we're seeing in swine, nothing very unusual. PRRS and influenza right now, it's are the biggest problems in most of our clients. That usually happens this time of the year, and we're seeing that raise in respiratory disease right now. In companion animal, I just checked with our pathologists to see if they were seeing anything unusual, anything new. Nothing very unusual. The only thing they mentioned was we're seeing perhaps more cases of calicivirus in cats. And we actually had a case where calicivirus is a respiratory disease, and we had a case recently where we actually found it causing not just respiratory disease, but also an encephalitis, so a brain infection. And we sequenced that case, and it turned out it was a strain that was quite different from other caliciviruses. So we don't know if it's a one-off, but it might be that we're seeing more of that. Other things that we're seeing in poultry, we continue to have requests for reovirus testing and sequencing. So that appears to continue to be a problem. Of course, the HPAI, it's still keeping us very busy, even though we didn't have positives in the last couple of weeks. And I'm sure we're going to get a detailed update about that. So I won't get into detail on HPAI, but that's keeping the lab in Wilmar very busy. And we've had a couple of cases of avian encephalomyelitis that were diagnosed by one of our pathologists and then confirmed by sequencing. That's a viral disease. And then apparently they were linked to failure of vaccination of the birds in this case. Couple other things, couple new things in terms of the frequency and the tests that we do. We increased the frequency for bovine PCRs. We had some PCRs that we were running once a week, and that wasn't really frequent enough to give quick answers to some of the problems. So we're now running them twice a week. That's for the bovine viruses. And we incorporated a new PCR for porcine sapovirus. That is a virus of pigs that it's not a new virus, but it's more newly recognized. So it's been proven that it can cause disease in pigs. At one point, we were not sure how relevant it was, if it was just there or causing disease, but now we're convinced that it can cause disease. It causes diarrhea in pigs. The younger the pig, the more severe the diarrhea, and now we are going to be testing for this virus twice a week as well. But again, it's not new. It's one of those that we think it's endemic. It's basically in every farm, but when things get out of balance, it starts causing problems. Other updates in terms of activities at the VDL. In October, we had the AAVLD, that's the annual meeting of veterinary diagnosticians that happens every year in a different part of the US. And this year it was here in Minneapolis. So basically people from from all over the country come to learn about diagnostics for animal disease. And we were able to send more people from our lab than usual. Usually we send 4 or 5 people, and this time we were able to send around 40 people, most of them for one day only of the conference, but it was a way to make this an opportunity for a lot of our staff that don't have this opportunity very often because it was here in town. We had 10 presentations from faculty and staff, presentations or posters, and I thought it was very successful and a good way for our staff to get involved and learn what the AVLD does and participate in committees and things like that. So that was a good opportunity for us. What else? And one more thing I wanted to mention in terms of activities, also during the last couple months, I think it was in October, we were able to send Stacy Pollock from the Wilmer Lab to Georgia for the MPAP Salmonella workshop. And so this is a workshop that is part training, but it's also good for networking, and it's necessary. We need to participate in this for certification in the MPAP program. And so she was able to go there and participate in this workshop. So to make sure, in part to make sure that we maintain MPAP certification status. So that's those are the activities that I had listed here to update you on. Then a couple updates on personnel and a couple updates on equipment. For personnel, Dr. Molgaard mentioned we are looking for a VDL director. Obviously, the search committee has been finalized. There is a chair, Dr. Kathy Carlson is the chair of the search committee, and it's been launched. That doesn't mean that we have an opening public and available yet. The committee is meeting this month, and they are working on the position description. So that's where we are at right now. But I'm hoping that very soon they will have written a position description, and it will be public, and we'll be able to try to recruit and try to search for very good candidates. There's another important position that we have open, or not quite yet open, but the search committee has been formed. So it's in a very similar stage. This is the food animal diagnostician that we're going to be looking for. It's gotten approved. It has a committee. The chair of the search committee is Dr. Marie Culhane, and it's in a very similar stage. They are going to meet this month, one of these days, I believe this week, and get to work on the description. We'll make it public, and we will be looking for a food animal diagnostician to help cover for the leave of Dr. Jeremy Sheffers, who left a couple months ago. In the meantime, we've hired a pathologist temporarily at a 75% appointment to help us with that vacancy. And in terms of personnel, a couple more notes. 2 of our residents in pathology finished their residency. They passed the board exams and they found jobs. So they did a really good job. And we are now recruiting for 2 more pathology residents. It's kind of like a long process that started last month, and they won't start until next summer, but we're kind of competing for excuse me, for the best candidates with other institutions, and we're hoping to bring 2 more residents, pathology residents, next summer. And the final note on personnel, we've been, like everybody else, having problems hiring people and getting good candidates and getting good applications in. And something that we are doing, working with HR here at the university, is we're trying. It used to be that we would get good candidates, quite frankly, without trying that much, just by word of mouth or posting the job at the university. Now we realize that we have to be a little bit more creative. And so we're working with the HR at the university to better publicize these jobs that we have. So we're now using Indeed, LinkedIn, Handshake, and in one of the cases, the old-fashioned way, putting a newspaper ad to try to attract better candidates and in different ways. So those were my updates on personnel. And then I have a couple updates on equipment. If you remember a couple, excuse me, a couple years ago, we got funding for some equipment, 2 big robots, liquid handlers, that basically what they do is they grab liquid samples from tubes, from sample tubes, and they put them in 96 well plates, which is what we do a lot of our high throughput testing for PCR tests. Those machines were purchased, installed. It's been a long process, but just last week we started actually, after a lot of validation and testing and so on, bringing them online. Of course, there were a couple of hiccups there that we're fixing, and we're bringing them back this week again, and hoping that it's going to be incorporated into our routine again starting this week. Excuse me. So again, what those machines are going to do for us is 2 things. One thing is we're hoping we're going to help reducing a little bit any potential false positives, because it's going to be a lot more automated than the way that we do it now. Now it's manual. We don't have very many mistakes, but every now and then there is a mistake. And we think that with this automated process, we can reduce errors. The other thing that we're hoping that it can do is save some technician time. So instead of pipetting samples, they are monitoring these machines, and for a shorter period of time, and then they have more time to be actually doing the PCRs and interpreting and reporting the PCRs. So we're hoping that by freeing some time, we will be able to eventually increase the frequency that we do some of these tests and offer tests at a higher frequency. So that's for the liquid handlers that you might remember this. You might have been hearing those. You might even have toured the lab and seen them. I think there was a tour for the board in the past where we saw those with some of the board members. Now, more recently, in the last session, we got additional funding for equipment, and that what we've done in the last couple of months about that funding from 2022 is the monies were at the Department of Ag, and we've worked with the Department of Ag to write the contracts so the money can be used by us, and we've started ordering. We rearranged the priorities. We reviewed the priorities, and we are starting to order that equipment for the monies that were allocated by the legislature in the spring. So that's exciting, and that's where that's at. And we will continue ordering equipment and bringing it up to speed during the next 7 months or so, until the end of the fiscal year. Those are my updates from the BDL. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Albert? All right, looks like there's none here. Albert, thank you for your update.
Thank you.
Joni, for real this time.
I have a flash drive, or do you want to just use the PDF that I gave you? The one this is good. That's my dog. Little Ted, he's past hurting kindergarten. I'm gonna talk about, I've been a little bit, less of my cases from dogs, which is researching and, have a little, just to push our emerging issues gathering that's coming up next week. Get your tomatoes ready, because there's a part of this that is slightly controversial. So, I just thought it'd be interesting to start at the beginning, with influenza as a whole. So there's influenza A, which infects all kinds of different species. You know, influenza B, that's mainly humans, but it's also been found in the seal. And so when you get your flu shot, you get 2 strains of influenza A and 2 strains of influenza B for human flu shots. Influenza C causes a really mild infection in humans. It's like a cold, so it's rarely identified because it's so mild, you don't go to the doctor for that. And influenza D is found mainly in cattle. So we're not going to get too deep in the weeds here, but important to realize that influenza A viruses are segmented. So their genome is chopped into 8 pieces. And so that's what makes them so crazy about mutating and changing. So when you get your flu shot each year, it's not because your immunity dropped, it's because the virus has changed so much. And it can do that because of what I'm going to show you next. And I just thought in terms of high path, it's good to know that it's an envelope virus, and that means it's covered with a covering of fat or lipid, and that makes it really easily degraded in the environment compared to some other viruses, and that's why with high path, we're so successful. We are so successful at clearing the virus out of the environment of the affected virus, and it also means disinfectants wipe it out right away. So this is what happens when 2 different viruses infect the same cell. All those different segments can mix it up, and out comes a completely different virus. And here's the slide that's going to drive you all crazy. The traditional public health viewpoint, particularly at the federal level, has been that the whole reason we should really be so concerned about influenza is that a human being could have influenza, mix it up with either an avian or a swine strain, and out comes a new human virus that can easily transmit between people. And now your poultry or your swine farm has started the next pandemic. And this is where you can throw in tomatoes. But what people who know me and have heard me talk about influenza know that I don't think this is the right view at all for this virus. It's a shared virus between humans and animals. And it's also really human-centric, whereas when we're talking about One Health, there should be a balance between our concerns between animal health, human health, and environmental health. So this is a really stupid way to look at it, but this is what you still see all the time out there. But what this also covers up is the amount of reverse transmission that goes on. And this is my true point for today, is that, yes, we have to worry about people getting influenza from animals, and that's, my kind of main job at the health department. But we also have to worry about humans giving influenza to animals. And this happens way more than most producers realize. So, for example, Marie Colhane at the VDL, we have discussions about influenza periodically where she fills up my head. And she told me that some years, in swine, when they sequence the influenzas that they're isolating from swine at the VDL, up to 30% of those are human seasonal flu viruses that the human workers have given to their swine herds and makes them sick. So, I mean, we have to think about what humans are given to the animals as well as what animals are given to the people. And another thing is that we know turkeys get human strains of influenza as well. And in fact, in Dr. Voss's EDMC, Emergency Disease Management Committee meeting just last week, we talked about a couple of different turkey flocks that might have picked up a human virus. It was a low path not high path, low path human virus from the turkey workers who had come to work sick. And there was some talk about how in this company, really great, they go out there with human flu virus or flu vaccine, and they get their workers pretty well vaccinated, and they talk about how something like 85% of their workers were vaccinated for flu. And I didn't say anything then because I didn't have my data. But I knew when we interview all the people who are associated with high path AI flocks, we asked them, did you get a flu shot either this year or last year? You know, we started interviewing in the spring. And so, and we also asked about the COVID shot, but I'm not here to talk about that. Then you would get off your tomatoes, many of you. So, so I knew that wasn't right in general, but so we got the data after this talk was put together yesterday afternoon. So 36% of producers and farm employees of those who we had an answer for. So it's not booted up like we booted an answer. 36% of producers and farm employees vaccinated for flu. And this would be out of about 300 people now that we've interviewed, but not, you know, a pretty good representation. 37% of company responders doing the DPOPs are vaccinated for flu. A little bit better, 53% of state and federal responders are vaccinated for flu. So it's become such a politically difficult topic, especially when the health department tells everyone they should get a flu shot. But it's really important that producers and their employees get vaccinated for influenza, people who are working with swine or poultry. That's my main point. So now I got another one coming up, so keep your tomatoes ready. What I'm interested in on this slide is the number of wild birds and raptors that have been affected by this high path AI virus that we're all fighting right now. And that we've had 5 fox kits in Minnesota that were identified with high path AI. And it's something that's going on all around the country. And they have died of encephalitis or brain infections with the H5N1. And so one of the things that we're really lucky to be able to offer as a service for my group at the health department is Leslie Coleman. And she's the one standing there on the left, teaching the Raptor Center staff how to put on and take off personal protective equipment. Because the Raptor Center has seen a really lot of high path AI birds. In fact, at one point in the spring, during the peak of the peak, 70% of the birds they were taking into the Raptor Center were infected with high path AI and subsequently died, were euthanized. And so Leslie helped them design a triage center and protocols for keeping their education birds safe and for being able to examine these birds without risk to the other birds. They also participated in the CDC study, looking at the Raptor Center staff and nobody contributed. But then she's also worked with some other zoos around the state, and these are flamingos from Coastal Zoo that had been left out in their pond. Maybe it's even been too long, and there was some question about whether they could have been exposed to high paths. So they were taking them to an isolation center that Leslie had helped them set up to keep them, you know, so they could work it through before they got mixed up with any of the other exhibit birds. But interestingly, you can't put a flamingo in a cage or it breaks its legs, which makes sense, right? So they're all moved one bird at a time in the middle of the night so that nobody sees it, but you can see. But here's all the different mammals that this H5N1 has been found in. And I don't know about you, but I get kind of nervous when a virus is jumping all over the place to all kinds of mammals. It just, even though this virus has not really been identified to infect people, it's not, you know, as far as we know, it's a low to moderate risk virus for humans. It's still got to give you pause, right, to see this many mammals affected with H5N1. So this has been the New York Times, and they call it viral chatter when there's different species getting infected with things. It's a dead end. We haven't seen transmission between any of these mammals to another mammal of the same species or anything like that. But And as far as people goes, 3 people have been identified with this H5N1, but it's not fair to say that they were infected. Because this was in Spain, in the UK, and in Colorado. And none of them had symptoms, except the Colorado case was a prisoner who was helping depopulate the facility, and he had fatigue at the end of the day of that. And a lot of people in this room could empathize with how tired you might be working this response or, a long day. So anyway, so even the Colorado Department of Health only called it a detection. They weren't going to go so far as to call it an infection where, because there's no evidence of seroconversion on these folks. But we still want people in contact with infected birds to take precautions. Y'all know I'm getting to that. Every time I can get people sit down and having to listen to me, this is what I want to say. Is we want everyone in the barns with infected birds to look like the state and federal responders. That's what we want. We want everyone protected who's in those barns. And right now, that's not always happening. Okay, so we are really grateful to be part of this management team and to be privy to a lot of the information that helps us know what to do for our part of it, which is the human side of this outbreak. So we've interviewed 595 people. And 460 of those people have continued attending monitoring. Responders account for 31% of exposed people, but 52% of exposures, which makes sense because they go to multiple farms. We've tested 23 people, and guess what? No one's had AI, which is thank goodness. And there's been a wide variety of other pathogens that we've identified in those people. Okay, so I'm almost done with this. This is the Joni approach to influenza. That it's a complete and total chaotic mess. You could not say that any semi-post-adapted strain is going to stay where it belongs. Influenza viruses don't follow any kind of books or rules. They change, they're unpredictable, they're shared by people and animals without clear lines of demarcation. And just like I started with at the beginning, we do need a One Health approach, and that does not mean our total focus on human health. It means we need to understand what these viruses do between animals and people and try and develop a course of action that keeps everybody, as including the animals, as safe as possible. Any questions about that? And thanks, no tomatoes went my way. Erica?
I have a question, your slide that listed all of the mammals that have had like that. Really interesting to me, and being a farmer, I see a lot of those animals, in my environment. But can you touch on, is it known that they're carriers, or were they exposed to birds that had it and then it was found? I mean, are some of those specifics known?
Yeah, that's a great question. No, it's not fully understood, but the assumption is that most of those are mesocarnivores and different kinds of carnivores, that they ate dead birds.
Sure.
Either wild birds or domestic birds.
So do we know how it affects them? Like wild waterfowl, in this year, a lot of them have died from it, but the mammals, do they die from if they are infected with
A lot of them have had encephalitis.
Okay.
And a lot of them have been young animals and have been found either circling and like looking like they're kind of rabies kind of look.
Sure.
And then either euthanized or died and had a pretty serious encephalitis going on with the necropsy. I don't know the story on every one of them.
Sure.
Had on the waterfall this fall too, it seemed like we were finding a lot more that were tested positive for had that. Adding more, information to the strain was not the North American Eurasian blend as possible. Those are pretty good data. The ones already died in the spring, they're going to die from them. The survivors went on to migrate, breed, and return, and have adapted to these better immunity to it. But we did not find the types of die-offs that we saw this spring, this fall. But wild birds definitely were still carrying the virus. Sure.
at the same levels where they're carrying the virus? We're hoping kind of it will circulate through and go away.
There was a lot of virus detection in the late summer and early fall. I work with USDA and school samples, especially in things like teal and mallards, and wood ducks in particular. But again, not the groups of dead birds being reported to follow the little public. And even on the raptor side did decrease. They're still finding positives. Seem like the fall resurgence on the wildlife side had less virulence in most birds, I'm trying to say.
And do you know if it's the virus that have you sequenced it to know if the virus is kind of semi-host adapted?
Me and Torchetti would be the better ones for that. It's all at the labs. They're doing all that work. I don't know the answer.
Yeah, thanks for that.
So I appreciate that vaccination, well, when you get vaccinated, you can still get the flu. Right? So people do need to be aware that even though they've been vaccinated, they're still at risk of taking flu into the animals and things. But how much does getting vaccinated reduce shedding of the virus if you have it? Do you know that?
It's pretty, it depends on the season and how good the match is. Like this year is supposed to be a pretty good match. And in those cases, even though you might develop some symptoms, you shed a lot less and for a lot less length of time. So it's not a perfect virus, or I'm sorry, vaccine at all. And that's part of the bad press is that it's not like a measles virus that just pretty much stops transmission.
So are you getting to that influenza is RNA virus and measles is a DNA virus?
Oh, gosh. Measles is related to canine distemper.
I'm told it's DNA viruses, you can build vaccines far more effectively. Historically, but the RNA viruses, of course, have a way to change.
Yeah.
You take it to, like in the case of PRRS and pigs, you know, you can have something that's 99% the same. That sounds like it's really similar, and you could have a full-blown outbreak again, say 6 months after you've gone through it with that same strain. And so that's
The measles virus is a single-stranded RNA virus with the genus Molgaard, and the family term is what we're at.
It's related to rinderpest in animals and also canine distemper. But so that's an RNA virus, so I don't have a good explanation for that. Any other questions? Great, well, I don't really, I just have a couple slides on this, and that is that we're seeing a lot more cases of animal blastomycosis. Blastomycosis is a systemic fungal disease it's found in soil, and people and animals both get it from the environment. It doesn't go from animals to people or from people to animals. But we don't think it's a surveillance artifact, meaning like more people are reporting it, or that there's a new test, or there's some artifacts that will make cases look like they're going up, but they really haven't. We think they're really going up. And our best hypothesis, but we don't know why exactly, is that we've had wet springs and really dry summers and falls. And so it's kind of like anthrax, where if you have a wet season and it brings it up, and then you have a dry season, it gets in the air. So that's our best shot at that, because the fungus is found in the soil, and it multiplies in the soil and makes these little chlamydia that get into the wind, and people and animals breathe them in. But this is a ridiculous number of cases this year, and we aren't even done with this year. Green is to show that those data are preliminary. And we do surveillance for animal blastomycosis at the health department, mainly because when I was a practicing vet, I was so interested in this disease. So I brought it with me, and it's reportable, but it's reportable to the Board of Medical Health, but the reports actually come to us. And we try and use animal blastomycosis as a sentinel for areas that may be of higher risk for people. It hasn't actually worked out that way. Dogs tend to get sick after the people, which is kind of interesting, but it was a good idea. And you can see these are the veterinary clinics that have been our strongest partners for reporting. But this year we've had 15 clusters of 2 dogs in the same household, and which is extraordinary. And one outbreak of 6 dogs with related people who went to the same cabin in Canada. And this is where we find our custodioses. That was another reason that we do animal surveillance for this disease, is to show where the endemic regions are, because dogs stay put more than people do. Although you can see that the metro is overrepresented because most of those dogs were actually exposed at cabins in northern and central Minnesota. But dogs were the first one that pointed us to a new area, which was along the St. Croix River. We didn't have a lot of human cases, and we started seeing a whole bunch of dog cases, which doesn't really show here now because you're seeing it all green. But in earlier years, this part would be dark green and the rest would be lighter. So in some ways, it's helped us.
You know why it's so regional like that? I mean, like northern Minnesota has more, and then your metro, why, like, what about, what is the?
It likes water and it likes certain soil types.
Okay.
And it's interesting because we'll see a cluster, Lake Vermilion is a biggie. We'll see all kinds of cases of both human and animal around Lake Vermilion one year. And then the next year there'll be just a few and we'll see clusters somewhere else. It has to do with like a microclimate issues. And it's been in the past, it's been very difficult to identify in environmental samples like soil. Although there are now some PCR tests that are being developed so we can follow it better. But there's a researcher at the U who's done serial testing of one area. And in fact, it was in the metro where we don't think we have a lot of blasto. But after a wet period, she was picking it up in the soil and then it went away again. It's kind of interesting. Okay, so next week we're having our annual emerging issues gathering. Anyone who's in this room is a person who does work at the human-animal interface and would be welcome to attend. Just let me know. We're back in person this year. We're serving lunch, a hot lunch, which we believe in if you're going to get people in. And it's been a really great event in the past where we get about 30 different organizations and agencies and entities, all people who work at the human-animal interface, everything from the commodity groups like beef and pork producers and some turkey, all the way to and I have heard from you. All the way to you're on my list. Okay, so all the way to the zoo and the Animal Humane Society, and people get up and they talk about the challenges they faced in the past year and what their future goals are, plans. So we don't talk about, our mission of our organization. We just get right to the meat. Everyone has 3 minutes, and it's been well attended in the past. Then the pandemic happened. Okay. Any questions about anything else?
Yes.
Hello, I'm just going to share my screen to pull up the bylaws. Thank you for letting me join virtually. I had a poorly scheduled surgery, so I am joining from home today. All right, so similar to the last time that we met back in September to discuss the board bylaws, this was introduced by Annie Belgidi back in April. We have not been able to find any bylaws that are on record for the board to work within. So we found it to be really important to create bylaws, have them adopted by the board so that we have an outline for how the board operates. So this has gone out to board members multiple times. We've had comments brought in. So at this point, We have brought it to this body to go ahead and either make any amendments that you'd like to in this or move to adopt. So if there's a certain part of it, I'm happy to go over. Just let me know what you'd like.
So Kara, this is Dr. Hawkins. And I did go through it again, and I do have some things I'd like to talk about. Changes.
Sure.
And I feel silly that we are editing this document in public, but if this is our last chance to get it done, maybe if it's okay, I'll go through my stuff and then anybody else. We can talk about that. It's not a lot. Well, the first thing is obviously the date on the front. You probably got that. It's not October.
Yeah, we can change this to December. This is just the last iteration.
And then I can take you all the way to page 6. There's 7 bullet points in point 4, 5, 6, and 7. I think that point 6 needs to be 2 different bullet points because we're throwing in the fact that the board has a closed meeting to talk about the executive director and whether they're going to keep their job and whether they're going to get a bonus, and that's completely separate from
We're voting the president and vice chair.
yes, vice president and president and vice president.
Sure. So where would you like the bullet point to be made?
So after nominations for the position of president, members then vote for position of vice president, new bullet. And I don't even know if the third vote will be, yes, it's reappointment of the executive director.
Okay, so you want this as right there?
Can't see what you did, but
It's not showing up on the screen, Kara.
I'm sorry. Must have unshared. All right. So I moved here at the third vote. So it had previously looked like that.
Right.
And then I entered for the bullet there.
Is everybody okay with that?
No, it's good.
I just think it's,
Do you think it should still say the third vote since the separate?
because we don't, I don't think it should say the third vote. Because we make a motion to be the president and vice president. And then there's a separate motion to,
Well, it's a be the idea.
reappoint.
Yeah.
Appointing or reappointment. Which would only be lucky if we had an appointment in that meeting. That it would be an appointment, but reappointment is really what.
So how would you like that phrased?
Well, the third vote, well, if you're gonna leave it, the third vote will be for the reappointment of the executive director. Because it's not the hiring of the executive director, that's a completely separate process.
Sure.
It's for the reappointment of the executive director.
So the third vote will be for the reappointment, or did you want to start that as a completely new phrase?
I think it just continues. Okay, so at the top we have the nominee. So the first vote is for the president, the second, and it doesn't really say the second vote is for the vice president. But now all of a sudden we're talking about the third vote. I think somebody with this English degree on this step in here.
Well, we just phrase, rework it that you're gonna be selecting a president and a vice president. And the way that that's done, I don't know that we need to spell out how it's done. It's
Right.
we were supposed to operate under Robert's Rules of Order.
And
Anyway,
like,
you know, so it'd be really more of selecting the selection of a president, vice president.
or you could say members will vote for the position of president and vice president. And members will vote for the reappointment of the executive director. And the answer is no.
There's a vote for the appointment of the executive director.
Just wondering if it needs to be more general to be both the appointment and reappointment, depending on where you're at with the hiring cycle.
Yeah. If we put appointment, it would cover reappointments.
But an appointment comes with a job search and I mean, our original appointment of the executive director is a job.
Yeah.
Either way, I think. We got some legal person.
So was you wanted the term reappointment here?
Well, either one appointment or reappointment.
Does anyone else on the board have any discussion about this change?
But Michael is on, he looks like he has a comment. Or is
That was to me.
Oh, sorry. Well, hey, where's Michael? I mean, he could chime in, he's good with words too, but,
Or maybe members will act on the annual appointment of the executive director.
But that's.
Act on the appointment of the executive director.
Is that a friendly amendment, Peggy?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. So members will act on the annual appointment of the executive director.
Yes. All of this happens in the April meeting, right?
Yes.
So there's a definite time. That happens.
Is there any other discussion on this amendment?
What were we gonna change that? We're going to take out this first sentence of now number 6, just take out
Nomination.
the nominational election. Board members will vote for the position. Don't be first and second there. Don't say first vote.
So board members will vote.
Yes.
Okay.
President. Members will then vote for position of vice president.
Is there any further discussion on this section?
I think it looks good, Tara, thank you.
Sure. Is there other discussion or changes that folks would like to see on these bylaws?
I just have a question on, board members attending, I'm sorry. Go to page 7. The top. Where the chair, which we keep calling the president, and now we're calling it the chair. I guess who's that? Wait, I'm sorry. Stop what I just said there, but it's on the top there. It says the duties of the president is to chair the meeting of the board like this and attend public hearings held by the board. By the board of directors or by a public hearing being held by the board of animal health.
I believe this would determine either way, that they would need to attend public hearings either held by the agency or by the board of directors.
Okay, why is that in one? I can see that one of the jobs is to chair the meeting of the board of directors, which is what this is, right? And why is that in the same breath, attend meeting or attend public hearings? It seems like two different things.
Yeah, if you'd like to make those two different things, we can. I wasn't the original author, so I can't speak to the intention.
So Kara, could we make those, make that second part of the sentence, attend public hearing for the board a separate, a separate bullet point? Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
As nitpicky as I am.
I have a question on E. We talk about appoint committees, which I don't believe we've, the period of time that I've been on, that we've done something like that, but how many people can we have on a committee and not violate open?
So in order to have a committee that would not violate open meeting laws, there would not be able to be a quorum of board members in attendance. So it would be upon the president of the board to ensure that when appointing committees, they are not selecting more than, half or more of board members to be on that committee. An example would be the hiring group that was assembled this last year in order to appoint Dr. Garcia. There were 2 board members present on that to go through the selection process.
So 3 would constitute a quorum?
Yes, in this case.
But a committee could be 2 board members plus staff. Yeah, to get your job done.
Is there further discussion on this section or another section?
I like all of this. There is that mention of new board members within the first year going out on 2. I can't remember what page that's on. Page 7. On 2 inspections, I like that. It's kind of vague what the repercussions are if we don't find time to do that.
This is 2 first 2 years.
Okay.
And I like it. I think that's great. It's great.
And,
Yeah, I think all that's pretty good.
I just wonder when we get started, if those of us on the board, especially, 2 of you are leaving. That we all make it, retroactively for that.
So no edits on that, Kara. It was just a comment that we were.
Sure. Are there any further comments or discussion on this document?
I guess I just had one come up right now. On page 8, where it says the executive director will provide an initial orientation session for new members. There's a question, so our board president historically does that. Shouldn't someone on the board be, you know, like the president of the board in addition to the executive director do that orientation? That's about how the board.
Would you like me to add the president of the board as well to that?
Yeah, be that or else that's where your mentor might come in. Implement the mentor thing that person would. I think it's good that I think the executive director can do an onboarding so that they come up to speed with the expectations and things like that. You know, perhaps the mentor could do the other, but you're talking about, but you know, it probably wouldn't hurt that the chairman or the president of the board would be the one to do it either, so I wouldn't have any issue with it either way.
I think, I would say if you put the president on there, the president can always, whoever the mentor's going to be, can always say, I give you that responsibility.
I think the important part of the meeting with the executive director is to understand all of the programs that we oversee. And so I'm not saying that you're wrong, but there's a little bit of difference too with meeting with like your mentor or president compared to the executive director, just because the overview of the board and the programs that we do, that executive director is going to be part of that information than I would if I were to be able to meet with the member.
If you'd like, we could also add a second meeting with the president as well as the executive director.
Can that be by phone?
I was just trying to think, I guess that's right. I guess I had kind of an onboarding with Dr. Thompson. I'm trying to think about what Dr. Thompson and Dr. Glacier, I think, that kind of walked through. Okay.
I know the COVID experience and all that. So I couldn't imagine.
Yeah. Sorry, that was the last minute. I went through it, but I just thought of that now, so that's okay.
Probably we're, are you okay?
Yeah.
Kara, we're okay to leave the wording on that as is.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We were comfortable with the wording there, that we can leave it as is.
Okay. Is there any further comments, questions, concerns, changes folks would like on this document?
It doesn't look like it, Kara.
Okay, well, in that case, it would be up to the board to go ahead and move to adopt the bylaws.
If you have, if I can, I have a comment. It's very clear in my mind that this board has members from the tribe, poultry association, hog producers, many different varieties of livestock producers. And my question would be, it's also very clear in my mind that some of the rules made by the board affect the cervid industry. What would it take for a cervid member to get on that board?
That's a legislation.
Well, we have six members, you know.
I think you're with a tribal member too, right?
Yeah.
That's a statute change, Mr. Sallknecht. So it'd have to go through the state legislatures.
Yeah.
That's a statute.
That's the fact. Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah.
Could you just identify yourself for the notes?
Scott's one.
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken, though, the Cervid producer could be part of the board as a producer. So,
Right.
so it's not designated specifically to Cervid, but she would still be.
Yep.
But if you
eligible
want to be, if you want to say specifically, service producer would have to go.
Thanks for clarifying.
Also, the bylaws here are also making it clear that, even though I'm a swine veterinarian, I need to be open to everything.
Oh, I understand that. And I say council for 10 years, you gotta be open.
Come in and swine and make everybody happy.
And there are appointments that are coming up, and that there's no reason you can't apply for.
I'm not saying me personally,
But
I got all of them, man. But somebody needs.
Motion to accept the document.
Kara, right, the board now, we're looking for a motion to accept the document. Is that correct?
Yes, yep, the move to adopt, so.
To adopt bylaws with all of these corrections that we have put in place.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. It's been, there's been a motion and a second to move to adopt the bylaws with the corrections that we just made. Any discussion? Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, and this is my last board meeting, so before I move on to go care for my family. So I just wanted to say thank you for all the opportunities that I've had with this group. It's been an honor to serve with all of you. And I hope you all have a great 2023 as we move into the new year.
Thank you, Kara. We wish you the best of luck in your future. And thanks for everything you've done before.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, right on time for our high path response.
Give a little bit of an overview of where we have been and where we're at now for the high path AI response. Like I said, it's going to be just kind of a broad overview of where we're at. We're seeing this first picture is some of the differences between what it was back in 2015. So the yellow gold line is where the cases were in 2015, along with the timeline of it. So both of the outbreaks started at about the same time frame. 2015 lasted just around 2 months. And at about that same time frame, we thought we were kind of sitting in about the same, thought we were almost doing better than what we were in 2015. As you can see, the red line is the cases this year. So as it went flat, we didn't have any new cases. And then at the end of August, beginning of September, we started seeing cases again. So overall, this is the number of cases. So we've surpassed the number of cases that we had in 2015. And as you can see on the bottom of this, this was day 256 of the incident. This was put together yesterday. So it's been a long incident. We've been seeing a lot of different things. This is just the epi curve of this year's numbers. So each line represents a case. The higher you go, that was more cases in a day. So early on in the response, they clustered. We had upwards of 6 cases in a day. Then we had them all And then we've had one or two cases just kind of trickling in since that, what we're calling fall response. These are color coded by the type of facility or birds that we're in. The red bars, it's kind of hard to differentiate here. The red bars are turkeys. The gold or yellow bars are what's called, we call Hawaii non-poultry, so we call those our backyard flocks. The way we're actually trying to now not say commercial or backyard, we're saying poultry or non-poultry facilities. So little difference in nomenclature, but we're meaning the same things. We did have the green bars in there in the spring. There were chicken facilities, and then some considered backyard poultry, which has a little different clarification to it. They're classified, a couple of those in the spring and fall. This just breaks it out by numbers of types of facilities that we had. And as you can see, 78 of the cases that we've had have been turkey facilities. With the next, the 26 there, that Hawaii non-poultry are quote unquote backyard flocks.
Question, yes, we have no idea, is that mainly chickens in those backyards, or what is?
Most of the backyard,
in the backyard?
yeah, most of the backyard flocks had some kind of a mix to them. Most of them were somewhat free ranging, so they had access. And Dr. Larson could probably talk to this a little bit more, but they had access to the outside for the most part. Most of them were, it seemed like the ones that were affected the most were chickens. But we had anything from ducks to chickens, turkeys. A little bit of a heat map of where they're happening within the state. The darker the color, the more cases within that county. So we've had them from Iowa border up to the Canadian border, but it does follow fairly close to where the concentration of poultry are within the state. And as we talked, we're not alone here, so this is the national response. 46 states affected. The different colors depicted there, the green are ones that the surveillance zones have been released. What that means is when we have an affected premise, we draw lines around that, we do surveillance of the different poultry types in that area, different testing. And after a set amount of time, set amount of tests, those surveillance zones are released. So those are the green in this, the ones that are that yellowish color. I believe those are the surveillance zones that were put up before the 27th of November, but are still in place. And the red ones are after the 27th of November and are still in place.
Any idea how that compares to 2015?
That I don't have. I haven't
I
seen
remember
them.
the most 46 that affected right back in that time.
So just a handful in the Midwest and then a couple out on the West Coast. But I don't know the total number, but we can get that for you.
Another one that's somewhat similar breaks it out by cases of the states that have been affected. So it's coast to coast. And though the case numbers by state there are broken out by the first column is the poultry facilities. The middle column is the non-poultry facilities, and then the grand total, that's the far right column on each of the states. Of the 663 cases, Minnesota has had on this chart 107. And this is the epidemic curve for the entire US. So it follows very closely what we saw here in Minnesota. We had the surge in the spring kind of leveled off to some degree over the summer, and then this fall we've seen another resurgence. Primarily, we're believing it's because of migrating birds, but as we've heard today, it's in the resident birds. We're getting reports of it possibly in raptors and birds, ducks, geese, swans, eagles, a little bit of everything. So those come in almost daily through the diagnostic lab. With this being said, we're anticipating that You know, we've had one or two cases here or there. Our last one was about 2.5 weeks ago was our last case. We're anticipating that they're just gonna continue to come in at some frequency with the virus, how it is in the population out in the wild. So with that, we are working with some of the poultry veterinarians with these companies and some that are not necessarily associated with companies to help us out to do some of the work. So if they're category 2 accredited veterinarian and have a valid VCPR client-patient relationship with these farms, we're going to allow them to do some of the initial virus elimination, some of the different paperwork that goes along with that to help take some of the pressure off the work that we have been doing as case managers at the state and national level. I know when we met last time, we were in the upward phase of this fall surge, and at that time, we did bring in part of half of a federal team to help us out. They were in for about 3 weeks on site in Wilmer. We have not brought in another full or partial team, but we have brought in several individual people to help us out. So whether it be case managers, site managers, people to help out with FBE, lots of different things. Some have been in person, and we have been able to bring some people in virtually to do some of the background stuff.
When you say bring in, are these state employees or are you working with some other federal employees?
They would be federal employees that Stephan helps us bring in from around the country. So with that, I guess I don't need any more questions. Like I said, it was very broad overview. If people have more specific questions, we can help answer those as well.
In 2015, it was 21 states, and like Sean said, they were clustered kind of Midwest and West Coast.
With this virus, how long does it take to clear? Like in these, the resident birds and their behavior, I mean, is it realistic to think that this can clear will just keep rolling from one to another?
We're anticipating the way it's been acting, that it's gonna kind of roll from one to the next as it mutates, but we really don't know. We're just anticipating that we're gonna have to live with it as time goes on, the way it's up here. Hopefully we're proven wrong.
So in Europe, it's become resident, right? And are we learning anything from how they're managing? Are they still just populating?
I believe they still have been, but they're looking at other options as well of how to live with it. I know USDA has had meetings with people in Europe to see what they're doing. Vaccination has been talked about. I don't know if we'll go there because there's so many different trade implications that go along with that. So they're looking at all different options of how we can move forward with it. But we're anticipating it's here to stay in some frequency. So we're just trying to figure out how we can move on and still get our regular work done, because this does drain everybody.
I can just comment on that. So one of the USDA changes is they came out with the option that any state could choose to not depopulate a backyard flock and simply impose a 120-day quarantine. Trade implications to that, animal welfare implications to that. In Minnesota, we decided we will continue to depopulate. Obviously, if it's in a zoo or some high value animal that can be isolated and is not a risk to the poultry industry, then we would consider it. So, is depopulation always? Obviously, there's already a hint that there's some going away from that, and USDA has done the work. We have worked at the national level to show that there's not been associated commercial flocks with a positive backyard. I'm using the wrong terms here. You're gonna have to hear me. This non-poultry flock is not causing or cannot be associated with commercial premise going positive, so that's important. The other thing is, quite frankly, it's legal. So if we choose not to depopulate, we're just putting animals in misery to die a slow, painful death. And that's kind of part of the issue. The question, I think, on whether or not to depop is the adjacent barns, right? Do we understand enough to say we would risk it? And I know Early on, there was I'm just rambling because, you opened the door. Early on, there was a layer flock in another state that tried that and it did not work. And they wound up having to depopulate. Now, does that mean we can't try again? I don't know, because the work for Mia Torchetti would say that farms across the street from each other, so 2 barns each across the street from each other, 3 separate point introductions, right? 3 separate viruses. So I don't know, is it worth the effort or not? I think there's a lot of questions. And then the part about the international meeting that they had in Paris in October, I know Carol Cordona from the U went, and when she came back, it was interesting. She was put in a working group and they had to address, okay, let's say there's an outbreak. Now you get to depopulate, go through the mechanics of how you do it. Well, you can't do that, right? You just can't keep up. Plus it's injectable. But I think what's promising is that they didn't say, should we or should we not, right? They said, how can we? And I think that's a huge step forward for the international community that they're even talking about that. So government works at glacial speeds, multi-government international works at super glacial speeds, but it's moving. So that's kind of some my thoughts random on that.
Have we had much issue as we've gotten into the backyard flocks on the option or the depopulation or disposal? I mean, it's some of those that, do they look at that as a pet and don't want to do it, or have they been good to work with in that way?
I would say Minnesota's been fairly lucky that they've been very good to work with. Can't say everyone, but we've had pretty good relationships with them. I know other states have had issues with some of those backyard pet flocks, especially more on the West Coast, where they're pets. And another thing that comes into question is those backyard flocks are intermixing with the wild population as well. So some states, especially California, is saying, okay, that's my duck, that's a wild duck. How do you differentiate for some of that? So that's where I think where some of the not depopulating talks started coming from. But as a whole, Minnesota's non-commercial poultry producer have been good to work with.
Any other questions for Erik? Thank you for your update.
Hi, I'm Sandy Larson. I'm a veterinarian with the Minnesota Department of Ag. And I was brought in the spring to help with the epidemiologist, and I ended up in a field epidemiology role. So I'm going to give you some possible risk factors associated with a barn becoming infected with HPAI. So I just wanted to say that all of the things that you're going to see in the following slides are based on observation on the sites and just talking with people, and really a lot of great people who open their books, open their doors, and just let it all fly. And we talked about everything. The number one thing that the other epidemiologist in this fall, I'm talking about the fall, where there was about 20 cases, we felt that the number one risk factor was building integrity or lack of it. No barn looked like this, but predominantly affected barns were, a lot of people told me they were built in the 60s. There was one that said it was 73. So we really felt like the older barns were failing, and we saw failure of the roofs predominantly a lot. We saw rivets popping, daylight through, the metal. You can see rusted metal where water run through. Rotten wood collapsing down. There was one barn that I went on, and I always ask the people, I said, where do you think the virus originated? Where did it start? Trying to figure out if there's a pattern of a person tracking it in, or, just kind of where it's coming from. And in one case, the lady said, oh, it started in this end of the barn, and these were all the dead birds and everything. I looked up, and it was like there was a funnel coming right down, because the boards were collapsed down, the insulation was falling out, and it was basically looked like the water just run right down into that end, and it was all wet in the end too. So I just really wanted to point out that structural integrity, especially the roofs, seem to be lacking on some of these older barns. So I already talked about failing roofs. In a lot of the barns that were affected, there were small birds inside. And that was probably just pointing to the lack of integrity of the barn. Can't really say for sure how they got it. Some of the barns had screens that were 1 inch by 2 inch, that one producer thought that maybe the smaller birds were coming in through those, because most of the barns had 1 inch by 1 inch screens on the outside. When I would look up, sometimes I'll talk about ridge vents a little later, but there was missing louvers, or they attempted to screen them over some years past, and the screens were ripped or torn down. So that may have been a way that the small birds came in, but there was definitely small birds in a lot of barns that were affected. And in one of the barns, actually, at the end, I went in right after it had been depopulated, and there was probably like 10 little birds in there, and a couple of them were just flying erratically and hitting the ground. And, you know, we caught one, and we thought it'd be great to test it, but apparently there's all kinds of things with wildlife that we could just test it. I'm sure they had anyways. I talked about unsecured ridge vents. It seemed that a lot of these older barns had ridge vents built on them instead of there was one place that I was at where it had 12 barns, and the one with the ridge vents and the older barn was affected. I mean, we don't test the other barns, so there's no saying for sure that the others weren't, but they weren't showing any signs at the time. And a lot of those barns had cupolas. And this was a case where the ridge vents weren't properly screened off, and almost daylight coming in, and you know what could come in there, birds roosting on the roofs could leave their droppings, and it could get in that way. Loss of wall integrity was another. Walls were bowed in and bowed out. There was holes in walls. They were just coming apart and allowing perhaps rodents to come in. A lot of rodent holes along the edges, which kind of leads me into, screen flaws. Saw tears in screens. I talked about the 1 by 2 inch grid versus the 1 by 1 in some of the screens. One person had cut like 4 by 4 inch holes in each screen to allow cords to pass through for his fans. So that could have let something that was facing a field, got animal or birds in that way, or rodents. There was a ground level breach in biosecurity as well. Concrete all around the barns was pulling away from the foundation, a lot of rodent holes. Daylight, you could see daylight around the edge in a few of them. Something else I was gonna say about the ground, but it'll come to me. So a lot of these places were built really close to low-lying marsh areas, which we felt was the #2 thing that we saw. They were in the flight path for a lot of the migratory birds. One place was actually almost up on a pad, and there was the nature wildlife all the way around it, and the geese were coming up on the back gravel road between the barns, and presumably, you know, leaving their droppings there where people could walk through them. That barn was also extremely clean, biosecure. It was a shower in, shower out facility. So how did they get it? Well, there was kind of a smoking gun there, which we all thought this is the way it happened. They brought in a crew to vaccinate, and they made them shower in, shower out, gave them barn specific clothing. And they went into the barn with their table and their vaccine guns, and everything was cleaned and disinfected. So they went into the first barn and vaccinated, and they had taken a tractor and a vaccine chute and completely power washed all the tires and disinfected it. So it was in that first barn. But then when they went to the second barn, they drove out around that gravel road in the back. That was where the geese had all been congregating. And they did hit it with one of those hand sprayers and attempted to spray everything off, but it probably just wasn't enough to knock off every viral particle that could have been there. Don't know for sure, but that sure seemed like the best place because the biosecurity in that place was awesome. So they went into the second barn and that's where, and it almost seemed like that was the end of the barn where the animals were first affected too. Roosting birds were a problem. Saw a lot of birds at this site. They were all over the top of the feed bin and the barn. I'm sure leaving their droppings. Hopefully the tank lid or the bin lid was closed. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the same premises and that ledge of boards above the curtains. The birds like to roost there. You can see the droppings and it comes running down the screens. We thought that that was a huge risk factor. Barns with longer eaves seemed to like to have, the birds like to go underneath there. There was some with maybe 4-inch eaves where there was not a dropping in sight. So they attempted by putting some wires in there to stop the roosting. It didn't really work. Pigeons, like a little farther down above that ventilation area, the pigeons just were flying out of there, not being able to walk down the site. So they definitely, it's pigeons, there was blackbirds. I had another barn that took these eaves and chipped some mesh and covered the whole area with the mesh and to try to keep the small birds out. Unfortunately, the mesh failed. They didn't take care of it. So there was some little birds in there that were dead and had been dead for quite some time. So that's a great idea, probably, but you got to keep it up. I had a lot of experience in my own life with bats, and I've seen people take plexiglass and put, maybe cover that angle with plexiglass, and I don't know what that would do for ventilation. Somebody who is an expert would have to look into that, but I would think that would be another way to keep birds out of there and cover the ends. So inadequate biosecurity. A few of the places, people wore just their street clothes and their street shoes and put on one pair of plastic booties. One sat outside in the chair, put on the plastic booties and walked in, and another walked in through the Danish entry system and put plastic booties on, but that was all. So, and then one guy actually, who I talked to had done this, I was trying to figure out where, he said, well, there's a lot of geese in that field over there. And, one day I honked the horn at them and they wouldn't move. So then I got out of the car and I ran over and chased them. And I'm thinking, oh, maybe that was it, but I don't know, but that was my best guess. I talked about the tires being washed. Maybe they really need the pressure to get any debris off of there to make the disinfectant work. And one farm had a 3-sided hay shed where they kept their bedding inside of there, and little birds were roosting on top of it and defecating. And they would take this and put it in a chopper and use this to fill their bedding boxes and do their bedding. So did it aerosolize virus and spread it that way? I don't know, but that sure seemed like that building should have been completely enclosed and kept free from birds, wild birds. So a couple of places, there was one place where they were a half-mile apart. We thought the flies were the worst thing we'd ever seen. One epidemiologist did one site and I did the other, and the flies were horrendous. Those blackbirds were from that site too, but I think they did viral gene sequencing and they found that those two places were related. The people knew each other, but took great care to drive different ways to work. They contacted each other on phone and planned their routes out. They made sure they didn't meet in town. So, couldn't have been anything like that. So we were really thinking that either the flies or the wild birds between them. Rodents, I mentioned, besides mice and rats, there was one place where the mice were so bad, it was like being in Mexico where you see the geckos on the wall. They were between the screens and just backlit by the curtains. Rat holes, Mary mentioned gophers and badgers being prevalent on one. And then in the other, I had a lot of people talk about skunks. It seems like people built the compost pile, or it was where the compost pile was a lot of times closest to the affected barn. And they talked about skunks, about shooting them or trapping them. And one place I went on, the overwhelming smell of skunk was just like, I couldn't even smell the decomposing turkeys. It was so awful. So, and then we did have a backyard skunk that ended up positive. So maybe skunks have something to do with it. Recent nearby harvest, we had a couple of these in the last few fall cases. One was somebody was baling straw and there was dust clouds coming straight into the barn. Another was a very, very clean facility. The biosecurity was awesome. But the only thing that kind of stuck out was the employee would bale hay in between his two shifts. And he went to the field about a half mile away and there was a bunch of turkey vultures on it. And he was doing small squares, so he's probably getting out in the tractor a lot. And they did have excellent biosecurity, you know, PPE and clean and barn specific boots. You know, who knows if maybe they had a failure in their policy and that got in, but there's no way to know. That guy also told me that his friend had a hog farm about a mile away as the crow flies, and he had tons of turkey vultures there. So he wondered in his mind if the two were somehow related. And then I just learned on call that that site was the precursor to another site about a half mile away. So I think it was another. There was a few that there just was, you know, smoking gun, just really didn't know. Interesting fact. I heard that in 2015 and maybe in the spring of 2022 that they felt there was some lateral spread from humans, families interacting and maybe spreading it amongst different premises. In this case, we had several instances where husbands and wives lived together and worked at one at the clean from, one at the dirty from, and we tested them all every other day for 14 days and they never popped positive. So we did talk to them. We thought about having them go to a different hotel or get in a hotel, but we decided that might be taking things a little too far. So we talked to them about biosecurity, you know, just leaving all the dirty stuff at the barn and blowing your nose and taking a shower. So yeah, nothing ever happened on those epi-linked frames. So just some thoughts. We had a few places that had several PIN numbers, but were PIN numbers, but were working as one farm. So it would be great, I think, in the best interest of everybody, if you had separate PIN numbers, if you did have separate biosecurity for each one, and maybe keep employees separate on each one. Another person who I had who I was talking to about the roof, and this roof was failing. He said it was on the chopping block. Supposedly it was the next barn to be torn down. That roof was just wavy. He said that it was a snow load danger, they've been told, but they weren't allowed to go on the roofs anymore and look for structural integrity. So I was just thinking, you know, why not get a drone out there? Maybe you get a lift and check your roofs over, because there surely had to be some way those little birds were getting in. And were they, you know, were there droppings on top of the roof, and we didn't have some rain for so long. And then when we finally did have some rain, a few days later, you know, wind is with it too, but a few days later, we had all those positive cases start to crop up again. And was there droppings up there and things ran into the barn? You know, I don't know. But another thing is maybe you could put spikes on top of the roof to discourage the birds from landing up there. Anybody have any questions?
The disinfectants that you use, like on tires, that type of thing, what are the turkey industry using?
Mostly Viracid or Viracon. Sounds like Bluetex too.
This is maybe kind of a silly question, but you know, your presentation included a lot of like small bird activity. Has that, and so like me being a turkey producer, I've never heard that there's been a lot of research done on like your songbirds or like your yard swallows. They're absolutely present on farms, which you illustrated, but I guess when you tell me, I mean, has there been a lot of research done on those small birds that they are carriers? They do impact farms. And like I know down in Iowa, there's been some talk at their research facility about like hills, birds that run all over the ground, like, how do they affect, high. So
I'm not aware of any research. You guys might be.
Yeah, I could answer that. I mean, there are studies out there looking at the contribution of those birds, and they found that they're not contributing to spread of the virus. But you're gonna have Dr. Dave Stallknecht on this afternoon.
Yeah.
He's the man to ask.
Yeah.
So a lot of that work came out of their shop at Squids, looking at the role of those small birds. I think if there's a virus present, they can move virus around, right? As do small mammals and the rodent populations and stuff. But viruses to get there somehow first, for it to become something that they can then move. But ask Dr. Stallknecht.
I will, thank you. Any other questions for Sandy?
How long does it take to do one of these epi reports for a site? What kind of time are you talking?
I generally spend 3 hours out at the site and interviewing the person, sometimes a little longer. Then they give a lot of their records to me, and then writing up the report takes another 4 hours, depending. It's a lot of time invested in going site to site.
Sure. So besides you and Mary Donahue, then I assume that we're doing most all of them for this fall's, this fall's.
Yes.
I do have another question. So I think in 2015, if I remember right, there was surveys done with producers kind of on that information, and that was shared with producers in terms of biosecurity. The information that you gave, now I think is great. Are there plans moving forward to share that with producers as like lessons learned?
I have no idea. Can anybody else comment on that from the board?
Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay.
So those potential surveys, because, may or may not remember, in the beginning of 2015, we did not have this instrument. I know because I came to Minnesota and worked with the group, and we were kind of doing it free-handed. But those instruments, that information is compiled. It takes time. And so that's the beauty about these kind of, we don't know, right? We're making observations and things that stand out, but that the survey and the compilation will give us a little bit more, not to mention, the case studies that are happening for both layers and turkeys will also give us some insight. So all those things together, they take time. I will say we can continue to kind of push them to say we need this sooner than later if we're going to be on these rolling things. We don't have the courtesy of, a 2-year report and then another year of getting the information out. We need it a little bit. And I think that's the gap that Dr. Larson and Dr. Bowling have been trying to fill, is what information, not to mention the genomics too, to let us know, like, is it lateral, is it in wild bird introductions? I think they're trying to get more information out quicker, but yeah, that information. And I'll take it back that the board of directors inquired, maybe, like, we're looking for a report sooner.
All right. Any other questions?
I got a question. Like, so those facilities, are you guys making them like fix those facilities so it kind of hopefully stops them from getting infected, or?
From what I understand, in the flock claim, some of these issues can be addressed, like there was one maybe where some plywood needed to be replaced to completely eliminate, to go through the viral elimination phase. But as far as replacing the barn, or, I don't think that there's any. But I know that things have been noted on the barns, and I did have a few say, well, yeah, that was the barn that got infected last time this went around. So, maybe. So I know that there was some talk about writing up just what barns were affected, the shape of them.
So is there a way you could like require them to like repair that, or?
I don't think so,
Okay.
but maybe.
Do you want to address that, Eric? I know we had one where we required quite a bit of work, and really the hammer, right? The hammer that comes down is, then you're not eligible for indemnity if you get it again. And I think you guys had at least one case where you did extensive work, is that correct?
One for sure, and then there was a second one that wasn't as bad, but we did have that in their flock plan. So the flock plan talks about, what they're doing to eliminate it and some of the measures they're taking to help prevent it as well. And that's tied with how they're paid. So that does get addressed.
It's even, I mean, maybe you guys can talk about this a little bit, in part of that question though, to even repopulate, to get wolves again, there's a biosecurity law. And so there's pretty. That are done.
I assume
Computers. This one was at-
indemnity is not coming anywhere near to making these people whole. So you'd think that at the ground level, or that it shouldn't. If they're gonna continue to be in business, that they would have to start making some changes to that, or financially, they can't actually keep continue.
I just wanted to follow up on Alex's question with you, Stephan. So is there a level at USDA where they would say, okay, you've had it twice, third time you haven't done anything different to this barn? Is there a breaking point where the USDA would refuse indemnity because the barn is a high-risk barn and identified for these reasons? I mean, ultimately, it all comes down to the indemnity. If they're not going to get reimbursed, they're going to do something to change that facility. Is there, what's the meat that the USDA has to enforce that?
I'll say that we're in new territory, because what's happening is in 2015, Eric mentioned how it was a pretty short outbreak, right? So and so now that we're in such a prolonged, and we have 5 premises nationwide that have been reinfected twice, right? So now it's new territory. And so, but the USDA is tracking it and very interested in what a producer has done differently. The genomics have helped too, because I remember our first case in Minnesota, we very quickly, I think there, at least for me, I was questioning like, was it the environmental stage? Like what happened? And they weren't related viruses. And so that was helpful because it wasn't like the environmental sampling failed. And so all I can say is that we're looking at it, and I think it would behoove producers to make changes so that they're not the test case and what parameters may be put on it. Because I will say they've our legislative act says that if you destroy birds, you have to reimburse producers, right? So that's on one hand. On the other hand, we have to explain to Congress why and how much money we're spending. That's why we're going to some of the flat rate payments and doing some of those things. That's where the biosecurity audits came into place to place birds in a certain area. We're kind of cramping down more and more on some of these things. And so then the question is, if you've been infected more than twice and you haven't made, I think it's coming for sure. Because having taxpayers continue to pay for, a site that has I think there's something there, but there's no clear answer.
Any other questions? Yeah. Ready?
One thing we talked, I realize that they have to be compensated as their emergency level, it's not buyout, that's an institution. But in our case, of certified hunters, if we don't qualify for the permit to raise a deer, we're out. And is that something you have to do, these turkey farmers have to be permitted and follow, have to be permitted before they get these turkeys? So they qualify for the identification, so they fix their problem?
That's a good question.
Because if my fences aren't up to date, I'm fine and I'm done, but.
Thanks, Sean, I can take care of that.
In our state rules, so our Board of Animal Health rules, there's no requirement to be permitted for just like commercial turkeys. We do have some rules in place for breeder flock level. but not commercial turkeys. And so then all of those rules kind of fall back to the county level on whether or not you're meeting those county guidelines. To be eligible for indemnity, if you're a big enough producer, you do have to have a biosecurity plan in place that's audited at the state level. So that kind of falls through our poultry team at the board. That is a paper-based audit. So some of the things that Dr. Larson was able to pick up on when she's out there is not necessarily something that we might detect just from looking at their written biosecurity plan. If that helps to answer some of the questions.
I would say on the swine side, it's not, I'm gonna say governmental run, it's more the packers say that you have to follow certain rules or you can't market your hogs. And some of those are PQA for quality assurance and the site visit that a veterinarian has to do and make sure welfare and environment is part of welfare. But all those.
It's the same with turkeys, so I mean, Jenny probably controls, what, 80% of the birds in the state? Sure. You know, so you're in the same boat as.
Yeah.
Sure.
But our PQA goes to our international trade as well. Go ahead.
No, I was at my end.
Yeah.
But I would think that's part of your poultry plan, isn't it? Is to address this. I mean, I would guess after they've done this and you pull this information together and, you know, consistently we've seen issues with holes in the mesh and holes in the building that obviously are part of the plan. They're meeting the standards of the poultry plan.
The biosecurity guidelines and the NPIP are pretty broad in order to accommodate every type of operation, right? So whether it's a in-house raised turkeys versus a backyard producers who does some free ranging. So it's broad enough that it kind of covers all sorts of things and it has some gaps.
To the same point as the PQA, there's the National Turkey Federation animal welfare audits that most companies do if they're selling to anybody nowadays. And that does cover a lot of that stuff and it requires a third party auditor.
Any other questions? Thank you. We'll break for lunch. We do have to start right up at 12:20. So at 12:20, so that gives us 15 minutes to grab lunch. Start lunch, but it's kind of ready for you, Dr. Stallknecht. Thank you for being here.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. It always concerns me on these things. Hi, I'm Dave Stallknecht. I'm part of the Southeastern Cooperative Wildlife Disease Study at the College of Veterinary Medicine at the University of Georgia. And I'm going to throw out a disclaimer right from the start. We've been working in Northwest Minnesota around the Agassiz East Lake area, studying flu since about the late 1990s. But I have very limited information on HPAI directly from Minnesota. So what I thought I'd do today is give you more of a national overview of what's going on and some of the species concerns that we have right now and possible new reservoirs, et cetera, et cetera. But one of the things from Agassiz, we were up there in September sampling blue-winged teal, mallards, and northern pintails. And when we actually started testing these birds, we were pretty much flabbergasted. About 40+% of these birds were positive for high path influenza, the 2.3.4.4 clade influenza. 40% is higher than we've ever seen in Northwest Minnesota for all the low path subtypes combined at this time. And I throw this out, these birds were actually part of a banding thing and they were in swimming traps. Sometimes that actually inflates the prevalence a little bit. There's a bias associated with that trapping means. But we've also done work in other places such as Louisiana on hunter-kill birds during the same month. And in hunter-kill birds in Louisiana, the prevalence of infection was 15%. And this is twofold of high path. And this is twofold higher, again, than all the low path viruses combined that we've seen in the last 10 or 15 years there. So I know you've had cases in poultry, but quite honestly, you all have done a remarkable job of keeping commercial poultry flocks safe, considering that background activity in wild birds. So keep it up. One of the things, as far as the current picture goes, there's a lot of new things that are evolving that we're seeing that some expected and some not so expected. One of the expected things that we're seeing obviously is that ducks are the sort of one of the central features here as far as a reservoir for this high path influenza virus. And you know, we get a lot of questions about, you know, where are ducks infected? I think at the moment, if there's a duck present, there's a good possibility that they're infected. Pretty much throughout North America. And recent developments suggest that this may even be the case down into South America and Central America now. So, you know, it's not a big assumption to say that waterfowl in your state are infected, probably at all times, and certainly now. With ducks, we're getting kind of an interesting mortality picture, sort of a differential mortality. We do get mortality events. We had a big one in Georgia and Florida last year with lesser scaup, where thousands of them died. I think in the Midwest last year in the spring, you had the same with snow geese. We don't understand why this is going on. We suspect it relates to previous exposure, probably with low path influenza viruses and perhaps some very specific environmental drivers, but we don't know why in some cases it kills the bird and in some cases it doesn't. But long story short, ducks appear to be resistant to the virus a lot more than other birds, or have that population immunity that it really gets them through the infection. Geese are kind of another story. One of the hallmarks that they've seen in Europe in the past years is this involvement with geese, a lot of mortality in geese. And you certainly saw that in the Midwest with snow geese last spring. And we are experiencing that now big time in the Southeast, in the lower Mississippi flyway, with lots of dead snow geese. White-fronted geese are starting to show up. Ross's goose. And what concerns us in the Southeast are Canada geese. We have resident populations. They're usually not involved in the flu cycle. They're pretty much naive. And we're starting to pick up singleton cases of Canada geese, which is a little scary proposition. Raptors are something that is new. This is something that's not new from a European perspective from high path viruses, but from low path viruses, raptors are really not in the maintenance cycle. And we're seeing extensive eagle mortality throughout the United States. One thing about eagles is that it actually can show up in eagles before it shows up in waterfowl. I think they're and unfortunately a really amazing indicator of the presence of that on the landscape of influenza on the landscape. In Georgia, we actually are seeing some effects on, and in Florida too, on reproduction, and it may be that there are some population effects associated with this in eagle populations, which is extremely unfortunate. One of the more interesting and surprising thing were black vultures, and I heard vultures mentioned in another talk. We've had black vulture cases in the Southeast from February to present every single month. And the scope of this thing has increased from Florida to Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, all the way up to New York. And it's all the way into Tennessee, Alabama, and now Mississippi. So it's really covering the entire range of black vultures. The crazy thing about this, it seems to be self-perpetuating within vulture roost, where basically vultures die in the roost. And unfortunately, all their buddies think that's what should be consumed for breakfast. So it's a transmission cycle that may be confined to black vultures, but the virus seems to be persisting in this reservoir. And this would be a new reservoir if it does persist. You don't have black vultures in Minnesota, but there also have been cases in turkey vultures. But there's no indication that it's self-perpetuating in that species. So that goes to be seen. Globally, shorebirds and seabirds are getting creamed by this stuff. And seabirds, not so much shorebirds. It's pretty much stayed out of the shorebird population in North America to date. We've done thousands of shorebirds on the Atlantic coast and have yet to detect it, which is a really good sign, because these birds are pretty much, their populations are in bad shape. The seabird things, I think, has some application to Minnesota, something you should probably pay attention to. In Europe, they're having extensive outbreaks in gulls, and they're having extensive reassortment of the virus in gull populations associated with genes derived from the H13 and the H16 viruses, which are gull-specific hemagglutinins. And I know in Minnesota, in our past work, we have both sampled gulls, and we've also sampled pelicans in Minnesota, and have found low-path influenzas in both. So it's something you probably should keep your eye on. Both those species are outside of the current national surveillance, so they're not really being tested. As far as pelicans go, the reason I bring these up is that in Ecuador right now, or Peru, excuse me, they have an outbreak in pelicans, and about 13,000 dead pelicans on the shore there. So when it gets in there, it probably can move pretty good. Mammals have been discussed already, and it is something we certainly are keeping our eyes on. The one thing about with the mammal populations, there's no indication of spreading within these populations. They seem to be one-off cases, but it certainly is, as previously mentioned, something to be concerned about. And I had a question. I wasn't going to include any talk about this, but there was a question about songbirds in the last session. Songbirds have been extensively looked at, and they actually have been extensively looked at in relation to infected poultry flocks with high-path influenza virus. We actually wrote a review on this about 6 or 7 years ago. Really, they are not part of the maintenance cycle. There's no species of songbird that's considered a reservoir for any influenza virus, okay? This is not to say that we could have some strange situations going on. I know Wildlife Services has a theory that basically the songbirds actually act as a conduit, sort of a bridge between habitats occupied by infected waterfowl and then domestic poultry flocks. I can't discount this, but there's no real proof that this has ever happened, okay? And it's hard to prove long shots. I mean, I'll be the first to admit that. The one thing with and I've been around poultry houses a lot with the kind of songbird, peri-domestic bird problems that were shown in one of the previous talks. And I've always looked at this as if a farm has a lot of songbirds in their houses, it's probably a symptom of a bigger problem, a bigger biosafety problem, biosecurity problem. So it may be a good indicator rather than a cause. So something to keep in the back of your mind. I know everybody is kind of wondering what will happen next. And quite honestly, your guess is as good as mine. But the one thing we were waiting for is to see if we would get this peak in high-path influenza virus associated with fall migration. And generally in normal low-path influenza, the seasonality of it, we see this every single year. And they see this everywhere in Europe also. And what it relates to is the influx of naive birds gathering together, staging for pre-migration staging. And it just sets a perfect field for an influenza outbreak. And we saw this with the high path virus this year. So it's kind of following the same playbook that we see with low path virus. Similar, the geese are following sort of a similar playbook. With geese, they get down later they actually migrate a little later. And so the peaks in peak prevalence are they follow a little later, October, November. And we're also seeing this in the mortality in the Southeast. If this is the case, what I expect to see is I expect to see a recurring peak in fall migration. The peak that you saw last year in the spring actually may not be as bad this year. I'm hoping that it's not. But basically due to all the activity that we're seeing right now. There should be some population immunity building right now. So that might be some good news for you. Probably the bad news, the really bad news, is that what you're seeing right now is probably going to be the norm. Prevalence may go down, but there's no indication at all, period, that this virus is going to go away. This looks in Europe, this virus has been established year after year after year after year in their birds. And this 2344B seems to be even more adapted to wild birds. So this might be something of the new model where we have high path influenza in our waterfowl populations every single year throughout the United States. And it's something you probably should try to prepare for. And pay attention to these other odd pathways, possible pathways like vultures. We've had 2 cases in both our backyard flocks in Georgia that were positive or associated with black vulture roost. And it's sort of a clear connection between that. And that's not normal. So anyway, I really wanted to keep this short. I've got one little tidbit to throw out about human health. One of the things that we're doing at UGA is we're part of the NIH Centers of Excellence for Flu Research and Response. So we actually are feeding the NIH with representative high path isolates that they're putting into their risk assessment models for human disease. So far, we've actually, a lot of the first work was done by Richard Webby at St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. And he put these through a ferret model, which is the model for human infection. And they were the most virulent viruses that he's ever put through the ferret model, okay? You can't translate that directly to human disease. And what's showing up is these virulent viruses are actually reassortant viruses, where they have genes from the initial Eurasian virus that came in here, and then other internal genes from our North American viruses. So this is a story that isn't over, and we need to keep a constant vigilance on this. The good news with that scenario is that these viruses have not evolved enough to actually, they still have an affinity for avian receptors. I mean, they attach to avian cells a lot better than mammalian cells. So transmission to humans, transmission within animals is still at a minimum. So, but these things, as it's been previously said, can change rapidly. So it's something we need to keep our minds on. I kept this short because I realized I don't know what you're thinking or what your questions are. So I think we have some time for some questions.
Any questions? Thank you for answering my question on the tolerance. I appreciate that.
Does South America have the same issues as North America? Brazil.
In South America, it's a mixture right now of backyard flocks. I think there's a commercial flock in one of them and some wild birds. And they are just at the beginning. There's not enough information down there to really know the full story. But it'll come pretty quick because it's spreading out. And in South America, it's an interesting scenario that as far as the influenza, we have a North American lineage of influenza. We share that with northern South America, from the Amazon basin up. South of that, from the Amazon basin south, they actually have a bunch of different lineages of influenza. And to my knowledge, that part of South America has not reported any infection yet. One of the species that we look at are blue-winged teal. And the specific reason one of the reasons we look at blue-winged teal is that these are long-distance migrants. And these are the birds that are going down to Brazil and Peru, et cetera, et cetera.
Dr. Stallknecht, this is Joni Scheftel. Why do you think this virus is spilling over into so many different species of mammals?
You know, I think it actually may relate to something that we don't see with low path, and something pretty simple. I think it's because wild birds are dying. And if they're dying, they're on the landscape and they get scavenged. The one thing with the mammals, and I always kind of push out some caution there, is that we don't have a clue how extensive this is. I mean, the idea of finding a neurologic skunk, probably pretty good in some places and probably impossible in others. So this is probably a tip of the iceberg. The one that killed me was the dolphin, and we got words of that a while back. But again, in context, we found out that this dolphin was sampled in Brevard County at the same exact time as we had the scalp die-off. And I don't know dolphin behavior, but they may have been just eating scalp. I mean, I have no earthly idea. But at least time and place, it fit pretty well. The one mammalian group that is probably most concerning are the seals, the marine mammals, because these animals are in groups and it has been transmitting between them. So that is, and low path viruses have actually entered those populations before.
Again, Ms. Michelle, we chatted a little bit earlier about differences that we've been seeing from spring to fall, just on the mortalities in ducks and geese. And we had a lot more, sick birds reported in the spring events, and this fall, at least our die-offs that are reported, all the hundreds of the field in the fall, have been, very minimal. We have some raptors being confirmed. Just not seeing the sick birds like we did, especially in ducks. What's your opinion on the bird's ability to have, already surpassed some of that virulence in the virus between spring and fall, and are adapting, doing whatever they're doing to, have less mortality? And then you can predict from that too what you think is going to happen in the spring as well, because I would love to throw those predictions out there.
Yeah, hi. More mortality case finding in ducks, as I think is really difficult. And there have been studies where they've actually placed carcasses in the marsh. They know how many are there. They put people out in the specific area to search, and he found 12% of them. And that's pretty much characteristic. I think it's safe to say that probably they're not dying in great numbers over most of the landscape, but there are reports, lots of reports of dead ducks throughout North America. And we'll keep that kind of clear. It could be, I think it's a combination of two things. Number one, susceptibility. I talked to some of the people at Southeast Poultry, and they've done some challenge studies in their mallard model. And it's precisely what they're saying in naive birds, is that some die, some don't. It's not across the board. But I also think it relates to population immunity. We've done a lot of work here looking at previous exposure to an unmatched hemagglutinin, and what that partial protection would do. And there is partial protection, and it may be enough to protect the bird. But I'm going to say something that we just got some data in actually this week that was a little bit disturbing, and I don't know how to interpret it exactly. But we were doing blue-winged teal. These are 100-kill blue-winged teal in Louisiana. Okay, these birds are what? Considered normal. They're 100-kill, they're flying. They may or may not be. We actually looked at it, and we basically sampled those through colloquial OP swabs, that everyone, we took their brain also just for kicks, because this is a systemic infection. And almost every one of them, you could detect viral RNA in the brain. And I really wonder about subclinical effects here that we're not picking up. And from wildlife population standpoint, subclinical effects could have some pretty good significant effects. But anyway, I don't know how to interpret that, but we're going to look into that a little more.
Any other questions? Right.
I do have one. This has been bugging me for a long time. What's the level of infection in wild turkeys? We see all these reports coming through with wildlife. I don't think I have yet seen a wild turkey come up positive through the BDL in Minnesota.
You probably haven't. That's a good question, and I've actually talked to the turkey people a lot about this. So there are wild turkey cases in 2 states and that's Montana and Wyoming. And we routinely test all our wild turkeys that come through our clinical service. And like you, we have not detected a single positive. We have tested in the past, and others have tested wild turkeys for low path influenza, and they have routinely tested negative. So they're sort of out of the transmission cycle. I expect that we'll see some singleton cases, but not spread through that, not a situation where it spreads through the population. It's interesting that the cases that they had in Montana and in Wyoming were also at the same time where they had positive game bird farms. And I'm just really wondering if it was related somehow indirectly to that. But right now, wild turkeys appear to be okay. But again, it's a species we're kind of looking at.
We specifically tested wild turkeys after during the 2015 outbreak in the spring, and failed to find any evidence of virus in those birds and published that paper. And we did test wild turkeys in this last spring's outbreak if they were reported by virus. I think it's just their ecology is quite different from being exposed to what are.
Hey, just one more, but I was curious because out south of my house, I can see turkey and geese feeding on the corn. So I know they're mingling, but that's a little bit. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you, Dr. Stallknecht. I don't think we have any more questions here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, hello, my name is Michelle Carstensen. Once again, thanks for having me here to provide an update. The numbers I'm going to show you today are, as of yesterday, a lot of information coming in daily to try to keep ourselves up to date on the evolving situation, because we're right into the fall, different big seasons. So just a quick refresher on a few things. Some of these slides were shared by my colleagues at the boards were covering. I'm not in one area that meeting, just a little bit about what our plan was for coming into this fall. We had expanded kind of the largest, one of the largest surveillances that we've done, 10 areas of the state, on recent disease surveillance. And most of our strategy was to try to obtain a statistically valid sample of opening weekends and mandatory sampling. So all deer that were adult deer harvested over the opening weekend were required to be sampled. That was the 5th and 6th of November. And then there was hunter service testing or additional testing opportunities available to hunters throughout the rest of the hunting season, especially the gun season. And again, we had some areas where we're in our 3rd year of surveillance. I'll talk a little bit more like East Central and West Central. Some our clocks sort of restarted, and I'll talk about that. And then we have these 3 new areas that we added in for this fall. So again, on focusing on opening weekend, we set our surveillance goals to have a high level of confidence that we can find the disease if present in the population at either 0.5% in our control areas or 1% in our other areas, management zones and surveillance zones. And we look at what we expect to take in for that weekend based on 3-year averages of opening weekend. And then we staff up and do all of our metrics for all the students and staff that we have, roughly 400 people in the field that weekend, working about 70 different stations, and try to meet that objective. So we had about 7,000 samples collected over those 2 days of about 8,400 deer that were available to be sampled. So our compliance rate was just under 90%, 87% across our different areas. So you can see those numbers here. The reason that one of them is 104%, we really went above and beyond there. No, it's just that that's a new area that sometimes hunters aren't knowing how to identify the permit area correctly if they're in the right area. So they might have clicked the wrong permit area upon harvest registration. But our opening weekend was sort of a disappointment for what we expected. We thought we might have like 11,000 samples because the weather, it just really sucked. I don't know how else to put that in nicer terms, but I was out there and it was either raining on you all day Saturday or you nearly blew yourself away into the next county on Sunday. So for folks on a deer stand, that's not a really fun experience. So we had a lower harvest. You can see the numbers are down 37%, 25%. That we expected. We have made up some of that difference since that time at this point in the season, where I think around 170,000 deer overall harvested across the state. Muzzleloader season just started, so we've been making that up. But it was a low opening weekend for Minnesota. Wisconsin had the opposite. They had great weather and really high harvest line. So the big changes that we had coming into this year, if you look back to 2016, we were in one permit area. We had disease 603, which is the Fillmore County area. And in 2010, we're now working in 10 places. So to do that, we have to adapt our ability to meet all of these increasing demands and utilize more of a self-service sampling station. So allowing hunters to interact with the sampling kiosk or a barrel at their convenience, providing sample information, as well as staffing stations strategically to provide that in-service customer service for our hunters. We hired some additional staff, 90-day hires to help support our workloads at the area offices. And then we did some increased opportunities for hunters statewide. I'll get into a little bit more, but because we found some new cases like in Climax or Grand Rapids in areas that we hadn't identified from risk factors we do in surveillance, we allowed hunters from anywhere in the state to apply for a mail-in kit, which we sent to them, and expanded our taxidermy network to be any taxidermist statewide could provide a sample. We pay them $20. Train them if they want how to take lymph node. They also collect muscle and tooth, and then submit those samples to us. And that has really taken off this year. We also tried to really make sure hunters knew what we were doing with these changes. So we have a reg book that we publish every year in April. We update our website, but to really learn about these rules, you have to read it. So you have to go there. Some hunters get their news at hunt camp the day before. What are we going to do this year? And so trying to make sure hunters were aware we had all of these different regulations in place, we went with direct mailing and postcards, in addition to the suite of marketing campaign and website press releases and social media posts. But the direct mailing postcard with about 80,000 hunters that had identified with one of the permit areas where we're doing surveillance, I think also helped get our compliance up from a 70% compliance the year before. And we also mailed letters to all of the non-compliant hunters from the year before, where they had admitted or had registered a deer on the weekend, but we didn't have a matching sample from their DNR numbers. and they received a letter informing them of what they didn't do and letting them know why, how we know, one, and, you know, why this is important. And folks did mention they got their letter, you know, when they showed up at the station. So I think that direct reaching out really helped. And again, we did this new pilot this year with these mailing kits. A few other states have tried this before with really pretty much poor success. So I was concerned of whether or not we would have buy-in from hunters to do this and then we get the right tissues. So this is a way where a hunter can go to the website, request a kit, we overnight it to them, and they can take the samples themselves. There's a link to a video, how to find lymph nodes, fill out a little data sheet, or do an online data sheet, and then return the sample. And so far, we've had a lot, this has been very popular. They also distributed kits to deer groups, conservation groups, and also our area offices. And I'll talk a little bit more about their successful in a second. And then again, I mentioned this partner sampling program, which is really mostly taxidermists. We do have a few meat processors engaged in collecting samples, but by far it's more taxidermists that are doing this. We've been partnering with taxidermists since 2016 in all of our management zones. So areas where we know we have the disease to collect additional samples, because getting those mature animals is really high value samples. So these animals are 3 times more likely to have the disease if you're a mature buck. And so obtaining those samples is key. And hunters often don't want those animals cut into on a weekend because they don't want to ruin the cave, or we don't want to ruin the trophy. And so we track them back down later and collect those samples for using these partners. So we went statewide with them. Again, we also received a grant from USDA's APHIS Vet Services Program for this effort for $250,000, and we have 152 taxidermists currently enrolled in this effort. Again, they do get compensated for collecting the sample and the data that goes with it. So in communicating all this kind of stuff to hunters, our main marketing campaign this year was about make a plan, trying to really plan for your hunts and understand all the things that are required of you. And you can read some of the things on the slide, but I'll digress a minute to a conversation with the hunter I had in Grand Rapids. So that's 679, which is a new zone for us. And he called me up and said, let me get this straight. What do I have to do? You know, like I heard from one of my camp members that, you know, I got to do all this stuff this year. And I mean, explain this to me. So I said, well, you're in the zone, so you know, you're going to have to get your deer tested. Well, how do I do that? So I explained how to find a sampling station. You know, and then he wants to go to a meat processor that's outside of the area. And I said, you can't do that. We have carcass movement restrictions, you know, and I explained how he can't do that. So he's gonna have to quarter his deer, and use the dumpster we provided. But then they like to make sausage right away at the end of that weekend when all the youngins are there to help cut up the meats and everything. And I said, well, if you do that and mix it together and the results came back positive, you know, all of that meat then that's combined might have some bacterial. So now I gotta wait to do that, you know, and just like thinking through all the steps of their deer camp and how having a disease like chronic invasive disease impacts those traditions, you know, was really impactful for this particular gentleman, learning all that he needs to do now differently to be compliant with the rules and to, you know, to follow what we're asking for from them to do all of this. So anyway, it really is a big change for a lot of folks that have been hunting for forever. Again, so we had a lot of messaging about what your plan needs to be for where you are, understand the rules, and then you know, promoting these mail-in kits and the partner sampling programs, and again, encouraging hunters to hang on to their carcasses if they're in surveillance zones and not put them in their back 40 until we get results. But in our management zones where we have dumpsters, and we utilize the dumpsters, and that dumpsters are very popular, so we do haul a lot of deer waste away. Okay. So now I'm going to take you through our results, and I apologize, there's going to be a lot of maps. So I deal with spatial data, so by default you get to see maps. So I'm going to take you counted back around the state from our surveillance areas and give you an update on what we found. So some good news first is the East Central area, which is a surveillance block that's in our 3rd year. And in our plan, we do 3 years of precautionary surveillance upon a detection of disease in a Cervid farm. So we're looking here, this farm was found now 3 years ago. And Wisconsin has also been doing testing on their side, because it's really close to the border. I don't have their updated numbers from this fall in yet, but I can share that with you when I do. But we are now at year 3 of our 3-year surveillance window and have not detected any chronic wasting disease in wild deer in this area. So that's good news. If we continue through the rest of this fall and don't find anything, then this would mark the end of that surveillance window for this particular block. So it's similarly the West Central zone is what we call it. That's where Douglas County is located, and one of the farms linked to this farm moved deer to Douglas County, and that was positive. So we again did a 3-year surveillance in Douglas County, and that has not resulted in any detections of deer positive in the wild. So both of those areas, if we make it through this year, most of the results are back in those areas too. That would end that surveillance window. In the North Central, which is Brainerd, basically Brainerd area, we began precautionary surveillance that same 3-year window. Again, after a deer was found, a farm was found positive in Crow County. And after the first year of surveillance, we didn't find any disease. We did extensive 7,000 samples, including that area and around it. And then in 2019, there was one adult doe found positive about a half a mile from the farm. And that started that 3-year window over again. Now we moved from a surveillance area into a management zone. And all of the additional regulations came with it for carcass movement restrictions done. And since that time, we have sampled 6,300 deer in this area. There's a lot of deer harvested. This is big deer hunting, big meat hunting country too, instead of a lot of the antler hunting that might happen more in the southeast. But a lot of folks are filling freezers in this area of the state and producing a lot of samples for us. So as important as it is finding a deer that's positive, it is as important not finding it and building our confidence that we don't have disease in the wild deer population to much of an extent here. We did find one other case last year, here in the Vale. And again, so far this year, with about 1,000 samples, we have not detected any additional deer right now. But this would be, again, year 1 of a 3-year window that we get through. In the Northwest, so here is kind of 2 areas now blended together because of recent events. So we have Beltrami, Cervid farm that was positive, and with the legal dump site situation, that was 2021. That started our first of 3-year surveillance in that broad area. Last year, we conducted sampling of 1,800 deer, did not find any disease anywhere in that Beltrami County surrounding area that's sort of highlighted in the brown. This year, we were back in that area, conducted surveillance again, but we did find disease this time, and it is about 10 miles south of Bemidji. We have an adult positive there. That's the first detection in this part of the state for us. And now we have a new suspect about 6 miles from it that we just found a few days ago, detected it a couple days ago, another adult male.
From the original, one south of the Bemidji.
These
Second
are,
one is close to that.
yep, right here. Yep, so they're about 6 miles apart. So both of these are adult ones south of Bemidji.
They're found, they're not harvested.
They're hunter harvested.
They are.
All these are hunter harvested. Yep, hunter harvested. Yep, submitted to the check station and found. And then in our Grand Rapids area, this is again the first year of this new management zone. The deer that was the index deer here was an animal found in basically in the city and submitted for sampling adult doe, and that was positive. And then we did some limited culling last year for folks that remember that presented on that. In the city, and found a second animal within a mile, actually probably like a half mile from this one. So we expanded it to the permanent area, did our first year of sampling this year, and I think it's good news that we have not found any disease in the greater extent of this permanent area. We didn't find anything positive so far this year, but we're now considering going back into the metro this winter to do some additional culling. Because obtaining good samples from inside the city limits can be a challenge with hunting opportunity. Discharge firearm rules and stuff, so we might use some other tools to try to build up that sample or eliminate any disease if it's there. So another 1,000 samples provided in 679 and no disease found. Moving a little further to our northwest border with North Dakota, here we had a hunter that submitted a sample voluntarily last fall in the youth season from his 2 daughters and paid for it themselves, sent it to Colorado, and we had a positive hit right at the border, adult male here, right at the border of North Dakota, first time, again, disease in this area. So kicked in our response plan, converted this to a medical zone along with all the regulations that go with it, and have been doing surveillance in that surrounding area as well to try to understand where this deer came from, how did they get there. North Dakota has also increased their amount of sampling on their side of the border because this is a very big travel corridor in the Red River Valley. So this deer could have came from anywhere. So trying to figure out where it might have originated and how the disease got here is why we have this bigger footprint. So far this fall, again, no cases of positive deer in the wild for many of these areas. So bringing us to the places that we do have disease persisting. So the South Metro, again, this was found because of a sick deer reported to us. That's part of our response plan. Anytime we have sick cervids, elk, moose, and deer reported, we do testing for chronic wasting disease as a rule out. And we found our first case in Dakota County, 2020, created a mechanism. And we've been conducting surveillance since, and we have been finding a consistent area of persisting disease. This is called Chub Lake here. So in this Chub Lake area, with another case here and a suspect from this fall. So we're not finding a lot of animals, but it's persisting at a very low level, right in that kind of hotspot. So we've been working in this area and trying to enhance some of our calls in the winter. Come back to that in a minute. And then the real story continues to be the Southeast. So this is where the preponderance of our positives, since 2016 have been found, and where we continue to have 2 areas of persisting disease. So our Fillmore County area here, kind of centered on Preston, is where we found a case in the wild through hunter harvest surveillance that was being conducted due to risk factors of deer in Wisconsin, part of our plan once again. And we found a case in Preston and have been doing work ever since in that area. And then in this area here, we have a certain farm that was found positive in 17. And it was right after that we found more disease in this area here. And we now have our first Houston County suspect. So after thousands and thousands of deer, we tested 649. We've now found 1 case here in adult male, just in this last round of tests that we received this week of the suspect there. So we're looking at 8 positives and 3 suspects out of this area so far this fall. Again, this is thousands of deer being tested. So, so circling back to prevalence, let's talk about that for a minute. I show you a lot of dots on the map and it looks like we have a lot of disease, but we've tested 112,000 deer in Minnesota since 2002, when we have about 175 positive deer in the state. So, so we do not have a lot of chronic wasting disease. And where it exists, it is at a 1%-ish level. Once we get through the 2022 season, I'll have a new dot here. But this is Fillmore County outbreak, and this is the Winona County outbreak. And in the press release that the board just had out about the recent farm depot, we mentioned that there was a high prevalence of disease in the wild. This is what the prevalence of disease is in the wild in that area of the state. It's 1%. So there was more disease in the farm depot than there was 2.5% there than there is outside. If we take a look one more time, just snapping back out to the state, here's again our statewide picture, 11,000 samples and some change coming into this point of the fall. All of the dots represent our sampling frame again. And again, I wanted to hit on the contribution across the state from taxidermists and mail-in kits. So we're at 2,200 just about samples submitted from taxidermists. And they're coming in from all of these outer areas, as well as taxidermists that are within our zones. So we're getting these high value bucks, which should be the first indicators of disease if it's on the landscape. It should show up in them first, being submitted to us for testing. And about 550 roughly of the mail-in kits now come in from hunters. And about 10%, I think I'd have to ask all my staff the current numbers, is incorrect tissue. So that is happening, that hunters aren't submitting the right tissue in all cases. We contact them when we receive it and say, nice try, but this is actually salivary tissue. Do you still have the head, and can we help you try to find a sample? But overall, most of them are finding the right tissues and enjoying this program, really liking that they're able to participate. So I think it's something that we're going to be evaluating it more thoroughly when we're done. But I'm going to go on a limb and expect that we're going to probably offer something like this to our hunters again, because it's been popular. So kind of wrapping up. I felt like Clint Eastwood, I guess, at the end of the day yesterday, so I threw in a little good and bad. I think that's all trying to rush to get this in on time, slightly late. But, you know, stepping back to say, what good do I have today to talk about? And I think we have some good news in some of these areas that we're not finding disease consistently over time. And we hopefully will be able to, knock on wood, suspend some of our areas of effort. Because we've been flexing in other areas, so we need to have some wins in the pocket too. So we're hopefully not going to have disease pop up in some of these areas that we think we're not. Again, where we do have disease, southeast, it's very low. It continues to be very low with a high sampling frame and a high level of confidence. So I wish we had none, but if we're going to have it, let's do our best to try to keep it low. On the bad side, the footprint has expanded. We are now in Climax and Grand Rapids and Beltrami County, and now Hubbard County in the wild. And we seem to be continuing to find new areas where the disease is happening, both in wild and captive populations. So more work needs to be done on both sides there to try to address those risks and not have these new cases popping up. Also, this is not cheap. Last year was $2.5 million that DNR spent doing the work that I presented to you on. We're probably at about the same pace this year. And the resources that we have is, you know, a really big stretch today, doing this level of surveillance and continually flexing and expanding without much contraction. The burnout is high in my staff, as well as across DNR. And hunter engagement is a challenge to try to fight that apathy about, you know, hearing about the disease year after year again. They're sick of it. Like, they just want to go back to hunt Canada as normal. Don't make me do this stuff. And with CWD, if you can't see the sick deer, it's really hard. Like the ones that we're getting this fall, these are all healthy appearing hunter harvested white children that are positive. We get the carcass back, bring it to the D-Lab, digest if we can, talk to the hunter. You know, everything appears normal. So for them to really believe and understand, and that they hopefully trust in our agency enough that the test results were accurate. But it's hard for them when they don't see it, look sick. And that's what most hunter harvested samples are. They're healthy appearing deer. So it's hard to get that buy-in. And again, you know, we continue to have some sobriety and our prevalence as well. So we're, you know, continuing again to contribute to research and diagnostics to improve our early detection of chronic wasting disease, increasing our understanding of disease transmission dynamics through our color study and genetics work that we're doing, and, you know, hoping that there's going to be more tools. And I've asked a lot by our hunting public about what's your end game? You know, why are we doing all this? Why are we spending all this money? Research dollars, we have to improve habitat for short-tailed birds. We have all these other things we're supposed to be doing to manage resources and spending a lot on CWD. And it's buying time, in my opinion. And we are trying to do what we can to keep the disease footprint as small as possible, to keep healthy deer, and hope that there's some new tools that are going to be developed through folks like WinPro and others that are trying to get faster diagnostics and reduce risk of spread, and being able to denature it in the environment. Wouldn't that be nice? You know, we can find something that helps break that down. And deer's eye tests and all that kind of stuff. So if we can make some advancements and do our job to hold the throttle back, maybe we'll be in a better place. And then just lastly, what's coming up this winter, we have a late hunt coming up. We call our CWD hunt in mid-December, which is a week and a half away, I guess. I'll be here Monday before if anyone wants to come hunt. That's where I'll be sitting in the gas station collecting samples. So we added that unit to our late hunt because of the recent detections. Otherwise, we're going to be in the southeast areas where we have that persistent disease. And this is a hunt that we have been doing for several years in a row. It's allowing hunters that want to take additional deer to basically do it without any additional expense. If you have any unfilled tag of any kind, you can use it here. Unlimited bag, you can shoot bucks, more than $1. And just trying to get folks in field to help us get more information, reduce the population a bit more. And then we do have winter culling plans in place for the southeast again and South Metro. I mentioned that's an ongoing work we've been doing with USDA. I hope that is helping why our prevalence remains so low in that area. These things are really hard to evaluate and draw a direct link to the culling work. It's probably at 1%. But in concert with increased harvest and carcass movement restrictions and all these other things, I hope that is contributing because it's an expensive labor intensive work. And then we're potentially going to do some additional culling around in the city of Grand Rapids. Again, within that mile or two of town, in town, to try to get some more information about what's happening there. Remove infected individuals if they're there. And then I guess lastly on DNR updates, we did have a die-off event that made a lot of news with geese. Folks heard about that in Little Lake, Seca County. And so that was aspergillosis. It was tested for HPAI and negative, also for Newcastle and cholera, stuff like that. And so interestingly, there was a grain spill on the railroad tracks that Canadian Pacific was responsible for. And Lucy Hunt is all over it, making Canadian Pacific clean it up. But that it was moldy wheat that was attracting geese and ducks to very acute pneumonia sending aspergillosis. So we've had some aspergillosis in the past, but not a die-off of 200, 150, 200 birds. So that was, and in the public eye. So we have cleaned up carcasses and that kind of stuff. And otherwise, we're also contributing to SARS-CoV-2 research with USDA and University, Dr. Bender's group, sampling deer for SARS-CoV-2. We also have done some fur bearers. We're doing the HPAI work that we talked about earlier, but that's in ducks, for harvested ducks, and contributing to those types of projects too. So I don't do all CWD, but I do a lot of CWD. Any questions?
What's been the cost to date?
Since 02. Well, I don't know. I can get that to you. Trying to think of the last legislative update, it probably has 14 million on there since 02. We had added last year, maybe 16 million, something like that.
These cases that are popping up randomly out there, are you testing for, the atypical or the spontaneous cases that occurred with these type prion diseases?
We're testing for chronic wasting disease.
But there's variations of, like in Norway, they determine like 8 varieties of CWD. Some seem more lethal than others, and we know that there's spontaneous mad cow disease. Dr. Trusner stated that every species has a prion type disease, but he said 1 in a million is naturally occurring, just like CJD in humans. But if those cases are a spontaneous case, which I guess can be detected by Western blot versus the Elijah, which you're doing, we've talked about this at USAC quite a bit over the years, that if you know those are spontaneous cases, your reaction would probably be different to that zone versus,
Well, I'm not really convinced that spontaneous CWD exists, so I think we need some more research into really document.
Well, Norway said yes, it was.
So they can publish some more papers that will all be built the scientific evidence on that.
Dr. Trusner got the Nobel Prize on it, he said, yes, there is, so.
Sure, but no, we're submitting our samples for diagnostics through ELISA and IAC testing. There's some folks that are working with our samples on diagnostic improvements that are positive, like Vinpro and some others. We have genetic work going on, but we're not really working right now on the strain type, more on the relatedness of individuals to try to understand this transmission mechanism.
Are you checking genotypes of these deers in these zones?
Yeah.
So is that available?
Shortly, yeah, I'm working with scientists on it.
And just the positives or that all of your harvested just checking the genome blast?
We have 2 different projects going where we looked at a microsat panel of 14 different alleles and PNRP at 3 photons with Dr. David Walter's lab at Penn State. That was in our culled area where we were doing deer culling, so we have a much higher likelihood of trying to pop positives in that system when you're selecting for positives. And then we also are working with Dr. Emily Latch and Caitlin Khan at MSU and University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee to work on SNP panels. They have all of our positives right now that they're working on building a low density panel. We currently have a medium and high density panel that you can buy on the market at Thermal Scientific. Similar to the Sealy work through National Deer Alliance that you can purchase. Their low density panel will include all of Sealy's alleles and more. So we're trying to develop a better test, I guess, to try to look at those deer and look at all of those spots. There's 196 is like 3% of risk. Focusing on some of those codons that we thought in the earlier times were really important, has become less important with Dr. Schmidt. So We're working in those areas. We don't have all that done. We have a paper we're submitting here at the end of the year on the relatedness of our deer in our culling area. And what we can identify is the deer that we're selecting for culling are more related than the deer in the surrounding sections, which shows that our targeting of family groups to try to really reduce transmission within matriarchal groups is at least targeting related individuals. What we can't really identify in what the microsats is exact parentage, like parent, offspring, siblings, half siblings. I want to know that, and I want to know how they're related to the positives. And that's where the SNP work, I think, is going to get us to, but we're not there yet. Trying to make advancements in these areas.
That's what they do with NADAR, is they do parentage down.
I would like to make some comments. I live in Fillmore County. I'm in Zone 647, where CWD was discovered early on. And we're still below 1%. There seems to be a widespread criticism of what the DNR is doing. I'm personally extremely thankful for everything they are doing. Really frustrated with all the put downs that gets directed towards them. It's very frustrating. If you go back and look at the history of CWD in the Midwest, Wisconsin and Illinois discovered it at the same time in 2002. Wisconsin decided to attack it with vengeance. And within a year or two, the hunters and landowners and the public become discouraged. So they brought in some experts for advice, Dr. Cole, for instance. They said, it's no big deal, just let it be. Well, now we have widespread high infection rates in Wisconsin. I'm looking at the internet this week. There's some areas that they count the positives per section. And we're talking about 14 positives in Southeast. It's like, there's no comparison. So what they've been doing is incredible. Okay, Wisconsin went totally off the rails. Wisconsin or Illinois started doing exactly what Minnesota's doing 20 years ago. They still have a very low infection rate. They have not eradicated it, but the state, part of the state it's infected is like 1.5%. And I don't know if Minnesota tailored their plan from Illinois, but they're similar. And so I have hope going forward it's going to be good. Deer hunting is very important to my community. It's important to my family. It's important to 500,000 hunters in Minnesota. We need to continue everything we can do. In addition to being a farmer for 80 years, somehow when I was young, I became an outdoorsman and that kind of took over my life. So for 25 years, I've been an activist. I don't know if that's good or bad, but I became involved and I've worked with the DNR extensively. And so I'm sitting here because I was recruited. Even though I've had a huge interest in CWD, I didn't seek to get down here. I was recruited. And it seemed beautiful. I thought, maybe if I can make a little difference, CWD is only in 5% of the state. So if I can make a little difference, we can keep as much of the state disease-free as long as possible until we come up with some type of solution. So that's what Michelle and the DNR, and that's what the huge industry is hoping for. When Erica got to become chairman, the dean used to talk to me once a week for the early years of my career. We had good visits. He's an incredible guy. And in addition to being a good farmer, he's a good man. Well, Erica and I did when she became president, and after a discussion for a while, she said, "You're so quiet. You don't say anything at the meetings." Oh, that's true. I've been quiet. So today I have a gathering like 10 minutes at a time. There's some things happened recently that triggered me that it's time to speak up. Being I'm an outdoors activist, I am involved with multiple wildlife organizations nationally and in the state. And when things happen that the outdoor industry doesn't like, they call me because I'm on the board of animal health in Minnesota. And Eric and I have shared this. That they don't call her, they call me to rant rave about what's unfair. And so that's what I'm getting paid for. So, but some things have happened recently that I'm gonna bring up today. The board puts out animal bites once a month. So on November 23rd, an animal bite come out, and the first part of it was about wild hogs, so we don't have them in the sort of wild swine. We don't want them, and there was a good article about that. But then later on, there was an article that says recent research, UM researchers showed that most CWD infections in Minnesota farms since 2015 did not result from moving CWD positive animals from one infected farm to another. Most of the infected farms were located in regions with CWD positive, which could have served as a source for CWD. First of all, the majority of the farms since infected farms since 2015 do not have CWD in the wild population. So it started out with incorrect information, no science. And then they said, therefore, most infected farms in the region with CWD positive, which could have served as a source. This was blatantly untrue. I don't know who wrote it. Okay, you wrote it. It's basically untrue.
I'll take responsibility for that.
Okay, just let me, you could have your come back. Let me talk, please. I think it is untrue. Suppose we had changed a few angles to this. We'd say most infected farms were in an area that did not have the wild deer. Therefore, we must assume it came from other farms. You just change it, a couple words changes everything. So words change, words have big effects. That happened 2 weeks ago. My phone went crazy because this was put on board. Yesterday, there was a press release sent out. The headlines say, no additional chronic wasting disease detected in the remaining population, depopulated in Wyoming County. That's the headlines. And so they put down 120 some animals. There was no detected. And then it goes on to say Winona County was quarantined since October 20. And then they had a confirmed 4-year-old in August. And then it said a total of 3 CWD positive deer have been confirmed from that farm when 2 were harvested after the August detection. No one knew about that. I mean, some of you did, but it was not made public. So first of all, they come out with a headline that there's no additional deer in the herd. But then you mentioned later, oh yeah, there were a couple since then, so we have 3. So it made it sound, well, I won't go over here, but again, my phone came off the wall yesterday. People said, what's going on? No one knew about these other deer there. So, okay, here's the punchline. Later on, it says Winona County has actively participated in the national herd certification since 2012, have tested more than 100 deer for CWD before we detected in August 22. That's impressive. 100 deer have been detected disease-free until these 3. Okay, here's the incorrect statement. This herd in a CWD endemic area of Minnesota where there's a high prevalence of CWD in the wild population. And this farm has been double fenced since 2015. So this farm must have got infected with this high prevalence of CWD in the area. It's less than 1%. Wisconsin has areas of 30%. That's high prevalence. 1% is not high prevalence. And who knows, we don't know if there's any in the vicinity or not. Words matter. And when you're going to send out a press release, there's a lot of people read it other than the people that are in this room. The public reads it. And I know that you don't get a lot of input from the public in the big picture. Here's an example. Minnesota is a huge agricultural state. We have one of the leading dairies, hog farms, turkey, poultry. This young lady this morning was telling about this huge event they had in influenza last fall. They spent hundreds of millions. You obviously did a fantastic job. Because where's the poultry people here today? They're happy, or basically happy. Where's our dairy industry? They're not here, they're content. So then we send out things like this, and who's here today? The game farmers, the smallest industry in the state, and they're the ones that come to meeting after meeting. And when I came on this position, Dr. Glazer told me we cannot continue spending so much time and so much effort on such a small industry. So here we are years later, we're still doing the same thing. Things like these come out with untrue facts. And words matter. And I heard from a fair amount of people unhappy that this is incorrect. That's my presentation.
Would you like me to address?
Okay, one more thing. I can't emphasize, excuse me, I can't emphasize how fabulous I think the DNR is doing on this. They're putting dumpsters out. I've had a dumpster in my land. I live in a huge Amish community. Healthy pets is very important to them. DNR staff has been down working with my Amish. Very cooperative. They're going to come next fall and teach my Amish neighbors how to do samples. Because that's the problem. They can't get them to pick up and drive 12 miles and pull to the DNR's in the sand. They have done so much behind the scenes that most people don't know about and are underappreciated. And then on top of doing all this thing to get to bad publicity. And that brings up another topic, the memorandum of understanding, where they're supposed to work together. It's been floating around for 18 months and they can't agree on it. And I'll blame you, Michelle, and Courtney, and whoever else I don't know who's to fall on that. But we need to get these agencies cooperating and working together. Okay.
That's a point, Mr. Ross, which we definitely agree.
Yeah, so thanks for your input, Jim. We appreciate that. And words do matter and yours have been noted. You just move on, Courtney, with your comments.
Sure.
Thanks.
As you're all aware, I'm in the role now of Director of the Farm Survey Program for the Minnesota Board of Animal Health. And in that new role, in putting together this presentation, I made several observations that I think are important to note for our board members. First, I wanted to recognize Dr. Glazer. Just worked tirelessly to make improvement in this program that I think resulted in integrity and improvement in relationships between federal and state partners, i.e. the Pro researchers across the country and our USDA partners. And you're right, state agencies have been unable to effectively control and eradicate CWD. So moving in this next year, we need to focus on sustainable practices that limit the spread of CWD and work with our partners and researchers to further develop and implement tools, like Michelle said, that are going to help us with early detection and management of this disease. We're not there. We need to work harder. And the challenge to stopping the spread of CWD has affected all Minnesotans, not just hunters, not just farmers, everyone. Everyone is affected by this. And back to Mr. Vought's point, we all need to work together, compromise, and innovate to find a solution to this. There have been many updates to the Farm Survey program over the past few years, which you're all well aware of, especially pertaining to the regulation of white-tailed deer owners, which I'll touch base on in just a minute. And so I'm just going to give you just a quick breakdown of where we're at currently. So you can see the total number of registered herds in the state continues to decrease. So we're down to 229 herds. And I would anticipate by the beginning of next year that number is even more. More than 16% of the farm population tested not detected. So you can see the number of animals tested was 1,085 out of the roughly 6,230 animals. We all know that fluctuates based on mortality and movement rates, but that's what it was when we checked in November. But they all tested not detected for CWD, with the last detection occurring in farms that were in pockets. And that was that word.
Courtney, one question.
Yes.
That chart,
Uh-oh.
that chart. Oh, I put out this number because I don't 100%.
Well, that was pulled in November, and I did talk to them, so you look at those red deer numbers,
Paladin,
the valid numbers, not, okay,
there. I know one farm has got 90 head.
that they just recently acquired.
Okay.
So,
It's just.
well, it's in November.
Okay.
We know that that number changes.
Okay.
Is that from inventory to inventory?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
That's something.
So to change those numbers significantly at this point is
Right.
right?
There's a lag.
There's a lag.
And there's a lag in the choice, yes, because we don't have enough, as we know, we don't have enough staff. But the data, is here. Very good. Doing nothing there. Oh, it's doing score. Did you want that?
Karen, it's still up on the screen.
Yeah,
It's still
here, so it might.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
We
Yeah,
can't know.
so I think it's just that screen that it uses, not right on, because that.
That takes, so that your premise is fine, yes, there's no one looking to change.
Okay.
That's what. No, computer is not.
And seeing as how we have a little lag, Michelle, I had one thing.
Sure.
Before we got.
Yeah.
sidetracked.
Yeah.
With the CWD populations in counties that don't have farms currently, would it not make sense? And I know this is a geographical problem, but I mean, somebody got to deal with it. To start testing all all hunted animals that come into this state from a CWD known county or area, they should be demanded to be tested. I know we have a rule in place, but then I would say, what kind of enforcement are we doing on it? Because I know of about 8 or 9 incidences where whole carcasses came in out of state. Whether or not the hunter knows that he's supposed to be doing that or not, it's happening. It's not, no different than speeding, happens every day. I get it. But wouldn't it make more sense if we're really trying to control CWD to keep it out of this state by making sure that animals are protected from positive zone?
I think you kind of answered your own question, is that we don't know of those cases. So we have the rule in place, the blanket rule that you can't bring in a whole animal. You know,
Right.
And so if someone is already skirting that rule, then, you know, how would we obtain them to test the carcass? The only place we would get it is if they got confiscated by the CA. And then we have, you know, recovered that carcass, so the head and the taxidermist or whatever that particular hunter tried to do. And honestly, I haven't really been that interested in sample. Let's say somebody confiscated a mule deer from Wyoming, I risk, right? And had that animal. I'm more concerned that it's disposed of properly and that we don't have enough landscape rates, the digestion, or whatever. That CWD status to not be as soon as possible. If I do the work of testing it, it just provides Wyoming one more data point, but it doesn't really inform us. I think disposing of the carcass, making sure that it's not a landscape, is our investment. And then citing the person, you know, with a ticket as well for doing that. So I guess I don't really see much value in doing surveillance for deer coming in. I think trying to stop the deer coming in and citing people who do it, more enforcement, you know, obviously, that, and then trying to mitigate any of those carcasses beyond the landscape helps us the most. And, you know, we don't know these new areas, the climax or Grand Rapids, you know, why there's disease there. You know, they pop up, we have numerous factors that we consider, right? About normal deer movements, the human movements of deer, you know, and which of those are at play. We never really know the answer. Just like a lot of the Avian investigations we were talking about, knowing for sure how a farm got exposed, and all the work that Scott Wells does. There's different risk factors that contribute, and it's likely the footprint of Minnesota has had multiple sources of how we have disease differently. We're trying to stop all of them and control all of them, and, you know, we're not being successful all the time.
I'm not convinced that, to me, it could be like cancer in people, it just happens.
Yeah, I'm really not on that train, so.
I mean, 230, 40 cases in 20 years. See, it's that many deer get killed between the cars.
Michelle, can I ask you a question? Yeah. In your presentation, you had a positive case labeled suspect. Can you just talk about that, like, my, what I know is the turkey industry, right? So when we have a positive suspect, and then it gets confirmed at BSL. So can you maybe just clarify?
Sure.
That process?
Yeah, so we also do a dual testing. So all of our deer take media vector fertility films, submit them to either CSU, Colorado State University, or the Wisconsin Diagnostic Lab. Minnesota doesn't do ELISA. So even the board outsources. And so if they are initial reactor or considered a suspect on the ELISA, then they move into immunohistochemistry state. And so they're a certain color on our maps because we contact the hunter right away at the suspect level, the reactor level, to obtain the carcass, let them know the status, because more often than not, they're confirmed. We have very few cases that were a low level OD value on the ELISA that wasn't IHC confirmed. And then once it's confirmed, it takes a week for the IHC results, and then it changes color. We get the deer mostly. The hunter can have a replacement license for your cost, so we work through all that.
Thank you.
And Erica, we don't report that out until we get the IHC confirmation, so we don't report that out for the period of time, so I'll go over that in a minute when you see the difference. Yep.
Thank you.
On the second, positive, it looks like there'll be a second positive in that Humboldt County area. As Mr. Ross was saying, words matter. And it seems like the media has really been manipulating the comments made by the board here as we go weeks later, by the DNR. To tie it with the farm. And now that we have a second one in kind of the same area, does that, to me, that kind of shows me there's a little spotting. And it's even more unlikely that it came from the Beltran farm 40 miles away, because now it's kind of concentrated. What are your thoughts there? And, words matter, and this is killing us right before the legislative session, obviously.
Yeah, I gave an interview on that same topic, about proximity to the farm. And the reason that we did the surveillance in that area in that way was the detection of a positive farm. And we didn't find any disease. And then now we have a suspect and a confirmed, probably 40 miles as a crow flies from that situation on the farm. These are adult males. They can move in their rut. The linkages are not clear. It could be totally unrelated. It could have been a dispersing deer. I don't know, but that's quite a distance to draw some easy connection. And so another ulterior source could be what's happened in that area. So we do have there's within 15 miles of this area, there's still 2 farms and about 6 taxidermists. And we're working right now to do our taxidermy inspections and check their records to see how that's going, because those are risk factors, meat processors. So illegal, carcass coming in from Wyoming, the scenario we just went through, those are all potential sources. So I think you're right that there's more than one reason it could be in that area. It's not a completely clear link to the Beltrami farm that's 40 miles away.
All right, so let's talk about the work that we're doing with our DNR partners under current advisory. The DNR welcomed a farm deer captive species coordinator, Mike Wheeler. I definitely he's on this meeting today, and they also appointed an animal health coordinator in the enforcement division, Jack Mueller. So hopefully you'll have a chance to meet these folks at some point here in the near future. And we meet with them weekly, go over everything that's going on within our programs. We discuss concurrent authority, challenges to implementation, both agencies working together, and I think it's actually going pretty well. Update on the MOU. So Dr. Garcia provided our board members with the most recent copy, which I believe is version 9. So we have been working hard to get that completed. The MOU does outline roles and responsibilities for each agency and then shared responsibilities for the agencies as well. I'm going to go over that in the next slide. Hopefully we will have this MOU completed very, very soon. There.
Courtney and Michelle, I am proud of the work you folks are doing, because what I've seen in the meetings is collaboration. So it's just government's work at critical speed.
All right, so under the MOU, the BAH, the Board of Animal Health, will maintain responsibilities for herd registrations and CWD herd surveillance program and disease testing, as well as importation and interstate movement of farm livestock deer. The DNR will take responsibility for inspections of white-tailed deer farms in compliance, following any violations noted during those inspections. We will both be responsible for communication and data sharing, and admittedly, we need to work on our communication. We always do. But as Dr. Garcia pointed out, I think that we are collaborating all together. Would you agree, Michelle?
I think we have to work on our communication.
We do.
like you said.
I
Yeah,
think we do.
we are trying.
We're trying, and I think it's improving, and it's something that we're very cognizant of when we don't do a good job, and we try to correct that. We'll also continue to collaborate on reports of tagged deer in the wild, local deer escapes and recovery, CWD infected farm investigations, herd inventories, CWD surveillance and response, and then herd registration cancellation, and then herd depopulation if it is needed, which hopefully it's not. I'm going to talk a little bit about our latest CWD investigation summary, which, as Mr. Watts noted, we sent out a press release about this yesterday. Talking about the Sonoma County farm that has been quarantined since 2020. The herd was depopulated at the end of October. 120 samples were collected from 120 animals, and none of them were detected for CWD. So here's just a summary of this investigation and what the Sonoma County herd fits in. You guys have all seen this before. It's a little bit updated. I know your question, Dean, was when are we going to see the EPI report for this now that Dr. Donahue has left us? So I'm currently responsible for finishing that and hope to have that out to everybody soon, at least a summary of what's happened here in this investigation. Like I said, this Sonoma County herd was quarantined as part of this investigation in October of 2020, populated in 2022. And the numbers get a little bit confusing, but essentially since this herd was quarantined, 168 animals in that herd were tested, and 3 of them were confirmed to have chronic wasting disease. Any questions on this? Anyone?
I would say, you know, if there's a tie to Beltrán County, having only 3 positives at this present time doesn't add up, because it seems like it's a pressure infection because there was only 3. That doesn't follow the typical trail of a deer farm that could have been positive for 2 years. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I know the initial thoughts were because this herd owner had sold animals to 2 infected herds, right? That's where the link came from. And so I think in light of what you just said, in light of the fact that now we have all these animals over a 2-year span that were not detected, we do need to revisit this. So I do plan on revisiting all of those at the investigation. Now, I spoke with the producer this week, and I'll meet with him again in a couple weeks moving forward. And I'll get to a point here where we need to do more research. I really think that's what it amounts to, right? I think we do a lot of this. We think this is where it came from. We think this is where it came from. The answer is we really don't know, right? We really don't know. In most cases, we aren't going to pinpoint one source. So I think this is a good opportunity for us to further our research. And use this as an example of how we don't know. This is why we need to work together and figure out what's going on here. All right, so this is just a summary of positive farms. Everybody heard of Minnesota in the 5 years, just so everybody recalls what that looks like. And again, Dr. Carstensen pointed out that all management zones and our endemic areas are based on locations of wild deer, not farm deer. So if you notice any differences in the map, that's the reason why. I'll get that in a minute as well. So the endemic area update. So state law defines an endemic area as a geographic area as determined by the board where CWD is present in wild cervid populations. And if the board determines that CWD is endemic in the state, all locations within 15 miles of that confirmed case must be designated as part of the endemic area, and then we can make the geographic area larger if we deem it as necessary to do so. And as you're all aware, especially for the producers in this room, once we're in this endemic area, that does limit what your choices for moving animals. Not only within the state of Minnesota, but other states as well. Let's take a look at, this is what our current endemic area map looks like. And again, aligns very well with those management zones. I'll take your questions in this map. We are updating, or we did update our map to include this new endemic area based on that Hubbard County positive animal. And we did, again, we are updating it based on the second animal. We have the video location until we get confirmation of results. So that makes sense to everyone. So it might change I might change the circle just a little bit, by a few miles. There are 2 white-tailed deer farms, now within this endemic area. I spoke with both of those producers last week to notify them of movement restrictions. And, we will report this information out to the public once we compile all the information for the entire testing season and make sure that our other endemic areas are not going to be expanded. Not only do we limit movement within endemic areas in our state, we also limit importation of animals from an endemic area in another state. So under state law, live survey may not be imported into the state from a CW endemic area as determined by the board. I'll tell you why I bring this up. So, Dr. Rovira said the Avian and USDA had met in Minneapolis this year. And I think one of the most important topics during the farm service mid-meeting, which many of you were at, were importation requirements based on its endemic areas. So the state veterinarian from Oklahoma pointed out that state restrictions are inconsistent. So the way that we define an endemic area for another state is not the way that Wisconsin is going to define it for another state. And so we need to work together to make sure that we're applying these laws consistently for animals moving within the country. And so sometimes it's, sorry about that, sometimes it's 10 miles, sometimes it's 25 miles, sometimes it's 50 miles. And it's currently in the state of Minnesota, we base our import regulations for endemic areas on counties. So if they're the positive wild or farmed cervid in that county, we're gonna call it area endemic. And what the state animal health officials are urging all of us to do is to reevaluate that and what that looks like and make it more consistent across states. And they want this based on the best available science. And again, the science isn't quite there. We've already had those conversations, right? But we do have information that we can use to better make these decisions. Then you can't bring animals in from this county. So that's something that we will be working on here in the near future. So the other thing that I want to take a look at is our definition of endemic area within our state. So right now, again, endemic area is defined as where CWD is present in wild cervid population. So we find positive wild animal. The DNR identifies a positive wild animal, and then we declare an area endemic within 15 miles of that, and then have no restrictions for those folks within that area. And we've heard from our producers for years now. Right, that is not the way that they originally interpreted the law. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Harkhoff. And that maybe we need to reevaluate this. And I think it's time to take a look at this in light of what happened to USDA. So not only do we need to look at how we define endemic areas for animals coming from other states, but let's take a look at how we define the endemic area in Minnesota to benefit interstate, and intrastate movement. So I think we can take our cues from the DNR. Dr. Carstensen wrote this, I believe. But they do a really nice job of identifying when they would consider an area in the state endemic based on the surveillance that they do in the wild population. And I think that's something that we need to take a look at. So as Mr. Goss pointed out, and as Dr. Carstensen pointed out, the prevalence of CWD in the wild population in these areas is low. And the DNR does not consider them endemic. So I would like for us to work under our concurrent authority to better define what endemic means for the farm producers as well as the wild population. And this is just an example of how those endemic areas compare to those management zones, which I think is going to really help us out because we can extrapolate information. We have a lot of information about these animals. We have information about testing in our farm population thing zones, and we have information about testing in our wild population thing zones because of all the great work that the DNR has done. And I think we can use that information in a way that makes sense scientifically to determine restrictions for producers in these areas. So moving forward, we've had a lot of discussions lately with our partners and amongst ourselves about cooperation between state agencies. I had said earlier, we have not effectively mitigated or eradicated this disease. And I think we need to take a new approach. So to do that, we need to work together. We met with our deer producers, our elk producers. We meet with the DNR weekly. We met with MinPro, and we're talking about opportunities for all of us to present a united front and come up with a plan that's going to be more effective and use less resources and taxpayer dollars. Whether or not it's going to be effective, I can't say. But I think we're, honestly, in my personal opinion, I think we're spinning our wheels approaching this the way we are now. So we need to consider new approaches. And I think there's a couple things that we can consider. I think it's evident that CW eradication is not happening through stamping out or depopulating these herds. It's not proven to be effective. We still have chronic wasting disease despite depopulating that. In the Medina County herd, we can see the large majority of those animals were not infected with CWD. So let's consider that there might be other options for herds that are infected. So other state animal health officials have developed and implemented programs for live animal testing. And I know we don't have the RT quick testing that we want to have. MinPro is working on that. We don't have animal side testing that can be easily be done by a producer, but there are other options. So USDA has approved antemortem testing in rectal biopsy tissues in these herds. And so some states have taken the approach of, we have a positive herd, let's officially quarantine these animals and let's complete this live animal testing and then make determinations based upon those results. And it's something that we have not done in this state. And I think primarily it's because state law requires depopulation, right? And so I think that's something that might be worth talking about with our partners and presenting to the legislature for reconsideration. And I'll get to what that looks like in just a minute if we relieve these animals on the landscape. All right, so right now, the owner of a premises where CWD is detected must depopulate the premises. If we were to say they can maintain the herd of quarantine for 5 years, if all these conditions are met, these are some of the things that I think we could accomplish. So all animals in the herd have to be tested using whole genome sequencing, which we're going to talk about in just a minute what that means. And I know that a couple of you have questions for Dr. Carstensen on what that looks like in the wild population. All animals we tested annually using antemortem test approved by the USDA, which right now is that rectal biopsy tissue testing. However, we are hoping to have more testing modalities available from laboratories like MinPro in the near future that would apply to. Any animal that tests positive must be removed. Any animal that dies must be tested for CWD regardless of age. The farm must undergo a biosecurity audit. So the animal bites that Mr. Botts referred to earlier was citing directly from research done by Dr. Scott Wells with the University of Minnesota. So he had received a USDA research grant to work with producers in the state of Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania to determine risks for CWD exposure. And that's ongoing research that he's continuing to do. And I think it's really, really important because it's saying we don't know the exact point at which this herd was infected. However, we know that these behaviors are riskier than others, right? So a herd is more likely to become infected if they do these things versus protecting their herd. Protecting their herd by having good biosecurity. So I don't know if anyone in this room has participated in his studies. Mr. Olson has. And so I would encourage all of our producers to do that. And not only that, but I would like to see some sort of a biosecurity audit. And I use that term because that's what the poultry industry uses. So that makes sense to me. Incorporated in management of this disease.
He is, Scott
Yes.
Wells is doing that. That's what his is an audit. He did an audit of our risk. He rated us on risk factors.
Right.
On what we're doing with stuff coming in, there's a whole sheet, 60-some questions.
Yeah, if anybody wants a copy of that, I'm happy to provide you with what his audit questions are. And for producers in the room, you can actually complete that without him having to do a visit to your site and submit that to him. It's helping him and his researchers to gather data on where the risks are, right? And where producers need to tighten up biosecurity. So I think a good example is for years we said exclusionary fencing, right? Farms should have exclusionary fencing to prevent the introduction of CWD. And what we've seen is that a lot of those producers that invested their money into exclusionary fencing still got infected. So then we know that the risk is coming from elsewhere, right? And there's other potential carriers of this disease or other potential ways this can be introduced. And I think we need to figure out how that's happening. And I think Dr. Well's research and participation by Minnesota producers can help us get there. All right. So in addition to Dr. Well's funding for CBD research, the Board of Animal Health is working cooperatively with USDA to conduct a CWD genomic predictive system study. So basically what we'll be doing is we'll be paying for testing that helps determine genetic susceptibility of Minnesota white-tailed deer to CWD. And as Mr. Olson pointed out earlier, this testing is conducted through the North American Deer Registry, who maintains data for participating herds on lineage of breeding animals. So the North American Deer Registry is a nonprofit organization that houses genetic information for deer breeders. And they partnered with Dr. Christopher Seabury, who is an associate professor at Texas A&M University, to conduct this research, identifying genetic markers looking at CWD resistance in deer. Now, this is we're working with DNR, we're working with Dr. Seabury. Dr. Carstensen pointed out that there are many other researchers at work. In a perfect world, all this research will mesh. It will make sense. Everyone will be on the same page and we will find answers. But I think it's good. I think it's great that we have a lot of different research going on to really find out what makes one animal more susceptible to CWD than the other. I think that's really the thing that we need to find. And so I'm excited to hear that there's multiple laboratories and multiple researchers that are undertaking this task. So in Dr. Seabury's work, he did whole genome sequencing for white-tailed deer to identify susceptible animals with a greater than 80% accuracy by analyzing DNA samples. So samples in this instance, the DNA is gathered by producers. Ear punch is the most common tissue. Also, they're looking at hair, antlers. What am I missing? What else can you submit for tissues?
Okay. Yeah, semen
straws. So all those tissues can be submitted to analyze for DNA for genetic susceptibility through Dr. Seabury's laboratory through NADA. So I'm not a geneticist, so I have spent a great deal of time looking at Dr. Seabury's research and looking at this project to try to help average people like me better understand what this like means. And essentially, the conclusion I came to is that when these samples are submitted, a computer analyzes the whole genome of this animal based on one tiny little piece of tissue, which when you think about it is really amazing, right? And then it matches that to a database of DNA for other animals in this study to determine how their genetics match up. And then that compares it to another training database where we know whether or not animals were CWD positive or not detected. And once that's done, then these animals are assigned a genomically estimated breeding value, which I'll get to in just a minute, which allows them to be classified into three categories: highly susceptible, moderately susceptible, and minimally susceptible. And I think this is really important for producers to understand what this means from the standpoint that some producers are using this information to determine which animals are going to breed, which animals are going to cull, and which genes are going to be looking for moving forward. So this genomically estimated breeding value is a mouthful. It's not determined if the animal has CWD, reflects the susceptibility of that animal. So in Dr. Seabury's research and the information we get from NADA, there's a score, and it ranges from -0.46 to 0.71. And what producers should be looking for is those extremely negative DEBVs, which would indicate that that animal is most like other animals that are least susceptible to CWD. His recommendation, the recommendation of NADA, is that animals with extremely positive DEBVs not be bred or be cultured. So for this particular scoring system, and again, this data might change as we get more and more participants in the study. But right now, their recommendation is that the ideal DEBV for an animal is at -0.056 or lower. And the lowest score they've seen so far is negative 0.6. And in addition to determining the GB for animals in this study, they're also going to get those SNP results, those PRNP results. And I think what we've discovered, and I think you had mentioned it, Dr. Carstensen, that this alone is not going to get us where we need to be, right? So researchers have done a lot of study on different genotypes to determine if these animals are susceptible or resistant to CWD. And historically, focus has been on this 96 double S genotype in animals. However, as time goes on and we develop more data and there are more researchers involved in this, we're finding that that alone is not going to be enough to breed for animals that are genetically resistant. So we have to look at both those GEB results, in tandem with those genotype results. So when producers get the results from this particular study, it's going to look something like this. So it's going to have all the information about the animal up here. They're going to get this breeding value or GEB score, and again, they have a negative score to be considered that least susceptible category. And then they're also going to get a breakdown of those preamp genes, those codons. So in this case, this one is 96GS, and the most desirable codon, as I just said, would be 96SS. So producers then can make decisions on breeding this animal or breeding with another animal based on this genotype to develop animals that are going to be susceptible to chronic disease. That was a lot of information. Questions on that? Yes.
No, I give much from dairy. So we were breeding originally in our herd for good feet, just which people dairy cow. You know, but as you're selecting your sires, it's all through AI, and when we try to correct that, you can bring along with it some other things that you didn't intend, and all of a sudden, it's, you know, you've got a nice bag shape. I'm probably talking more than I should, sorry. You want that to look good, and then, you know, we went the wrong way in some of those other things. So when you're breeding for these certain characteristics like this, what's coming along with it?
Yeah.
What are your trade-offs? I think of it wild population with fitness, but, you know, when you're selecting this feature, what are you giving up, you know, as
Yeah,
far
I
as
think-
productivity and other kinds
That's a really good question. And I think farmers need to prioritize that, right? What am I willing to sacrifice for
We
this?
haven't sacrificed anything
Oh.
that I've seen in our
Great.
for the market.
And I'm really glad you brought that up, because looking at the Winona County herd that was recently depopulated, all those tissues will be submitted for this study. So that's all the adult animals, so that's 100 animals that we're going to get these genetic testing results on. And what I'm interested to know, are those animals less susceptible to chronic wasting disease? Is that why they were all not detected, even though we found 3 animals in the herd that had CWD? So I really think that it's going to be interesting to see. And even though this producer didn't purposely select for the GDB score, no, I can't say that, so sorry guys, or these resistant prion genes, maybe in selecting for something else that is valuable, i.e. larger back, he inadvertently got these genetics. So I'm really excited to see what that looks like and report that out. And hopefully that will help validate some of the information presented in the study. Mr. Comfort?
Typically, in the genetics business, we use the same thing in our pigs, or use estimated breeding values, we call EBDs. But if you rally behind, say, something that has what it is you're looking for, and this is what's happening in the wholesale business, is you tend to narrow your genetic pool, your genetic base. So that's one of the threats. And that's why it's important to be able to have, and I don't know how it works with deer, if it doesn't matter, but in a lot of like pigs, if you inbreed them too much, you're gonna cause a lot of other issues, or potentially can.
Our deer-based genetics is so broad in the United States.
That's been keep it.
We're seeing a lot of Essex in Texas right now, for some reason. Why Texas? Dr. Haley had a good zero, on his chart. It showed the different areas that are the strong bases, the G's, the S's.
Yep.
And for some reason, I've got a friend in Texas. He's in the highest EHD zone there is. Okay, it's up in Texarkana, and he has just about everything is S's right now. So that's kind of a question. He says, is the S's also, is it really genetic resistance to CWD, or do they have higher immunities? Period. So is he also fighting EHD going to these S animals? So the genetic base of our white hills is just huge. What is your 180,000 deer on farms? It's just huge. I got just some data from Wisconsin I can give you. I got this morning.
Sure.
This is at the police farm over in Wisconsin. They're in 6 years into a 10-year study. They're a positive facility. They're closed herd. They've got a positive, they're positive of their own shooting farm. Okay. But they harvested, he's got back 124 tests this fall. And the GG deer that we see up there, that we say they're the most susceptible, 27 to 62 were positive, which was at 44%. Then there was another 62 that were put in there that had markers, just one marker or more. But they had at least one marker. Only 2 came back positive of the 62, which put it down to 3%. And the one was a KG, and that was in there 700 days. And the other was a GS deer. They had 1 out of 20 GS positive. He had what they call an H up there, which I know NADAR doesn't acknowledge it, but Haley does. He had 14 HG deer with 0 positives in that hot preserve, and 0 of 5 SS deer come back. And he's got 28 more tests. He's getting back, but he's into a 10-year study right now, and they're 6 years into it. So this is real world. It's not a lab. It's real world. What it is out there in the woods is what he's doing.
And I think a lot of the states are really interested in what Minnesota genetics are going to look like. So I'm really excited that producers will participate in this. Like you pointed out, there seems to be a lot of those less susceptible genetics in the state of Texas, but we haven't really seen that in the Midwest or Minnesota or Wisconsin, which could explain why.
I think the initial study that Haley had found that 80% of the deer in the country were GGs, which were highly susceptible. Then it filtered down like 10% SS. So there was just a low number, that had markers in them. That's why we're seeing the GG popping up all over. That's why, question Michelle there, why, if we knew a zone like at Preston had all GGs, yeah, you go kill them. But if there's S's popping up, it's like, maybe we should back off and let nature take its course there. I don't know.
Well, and back to Dean's point, so I think the term that they use for the farm service industry is bottleneck, right? You don't want to bottleneck the genetics because then you're setting yourself up possibly for susceptibility to other genetic traits that you don't want in your herd. So something producers need to take into consideration. And Mr. Vogt is participating in our study. Do you have a comment?
I was just gonna say, I've had all my deer, or vast majority of them, brought a couple in since then, that I initially tested when I knew nothing about this. And I came back with at least 60%, just over 60% of my animals had at least one marker, just out of the blue. That was not breeding for, that's knowing nothing about it. So I mean, those markers are out there naturally. Yeah, we're gonna use those markers, we're gonna look at deer, hey, this deer's not doing the best, but we're not gonna breed it. We can use that as another piece of the puzzle. Try and pick those good ones that have those good markers that are healthy, are showing what we want. And we're gonna breed with those, get rid of the ones that have more, or a higher susceptibility and less, desirable characteristics.
I think that's a really good point. It's just one piece of the puzzle, so let's keep that in mind. Although this research is promising, and there are obviously lots of laboratories and lots of researchers participating, and it looks promising, but let's keep in mind we still have to consider all those other factors that transmit CWD. So we need to look at those biosecurity assessments. We need to work with MinPro and other researchers on live testing modalities. Continue to work with USDA for the developing their research. So.
And I can say through the first sample through this program is at NADAR right now. I sent them out last Friday, and I got the message they were delivered to their mailbox on Saturday. So the first samples are already there.
I don't know the answer to this question. Sure. Are you asking it? Is this similar to what they did with Turkey and sheep?
That's an excellent question.
Okay.
Yes,
it's a similar thing. And sheep have the same
issue
if they're going to bottleneck their genetics by selecting this. So you might have a canary to watch for. Another canary, my master's degree was in porcine stress syndrome. As we selected away from porcine stress syndrome, what we didn't know on chromosome 6, right next to it was the F18 E. coli resistance gene. And so we now have a lot more problem with some farms with E. coli in baby pigs right after they're weaned and they lose their mother's immunity. And that's really a bad thing because antibiotics is really going to way to control that. We haven't been able to go back, and there's still that gene out there in some stress-free pigs, but it's not a robust gene that everybody wants. So you also have to worry what you can get rid of.
2 generations in this testing already. Yes. And I haven't seen any issues whatsoever.
Oh, porcine stress syndrome, once we realized what the genetics were, we got rid of it pretty fast.
Yeah.
And so, and now, what, my 40, almost 40 years veterinarian, and I did my master's degree concurrently. So, what we knew was happening for the association after my master's degree. We knew that association was there, but now we're losing it constantly.
One thing too that we have available to us that, I know Dean knows to Dr. Joe, so we're working with that. Our next goal is to do probably some gene editing on deer, like the cattle industry did, where they actually moved the prion gene from the cattle, which was successful. So they told us that they could probably, if they did it to cattle, they could do it with the deer. I mean, there's another option. I mean, I guess the goal is, you can test whatever you want, but we're actually trying to fix this. I mean,
I'm not used to it. I think they're onto something.
you know, the sheep industry is very successful.
It's a great canary pops up later on and we go, we can learn from them. Otherwise.
Well, back to my earlier point about maintaining some of these herds under quarantine, right? It gives an opportunity to conduct this research. And we did meet with Mentor Partners last week, and they're excited about the idea that they could have 5 years of research with a farm population, right? And I think that would be benignest for helping us to move forward and address these challenges. Dr. Carstensen, did you have a comment?
Do you want to go first? You go first.
Okay, I think it's great. Hopefully there are a lot of similarities with Scrapie, but Scrapie doesn't have the environmental concerns as CWD, so you'd have to be really careful which herds went into this program and that you weren't building up a tremendous amount of environmental contamination that lasts for decades and decades.
What do you mean about the scrape? You don't have an environment?
It doesn't build up in the environment the way CWD does, to my knowledge.
They've had increased scrapies 18 years later. That's why we've been quarantined for 5 years on the deer farm. So you go back to the 18 years of scraping.
Well, 16 years in the.
16.
But I kind of have a similar comment that I was talking about that, because when you think about this, we're all talking about susceptibility because there isn't some immunity. We all agree on that. But what's really happening is your incubation window is being extended with these different genetics. And so you can be exposed and you're going to be, you're not going to turn into your clinical phase. Instead of the 1 to 3, it might be 5 years, but you're shedding. You're shedding in the normal infections in 2 months. What's the difference in the shedding window, kind of what you're getting at for these animals that maintain a healthier appearance as they're incubating CWD until they get into that clinical phase. And when you're marketing a buck to send Oklahoma to have shot, it doesn't matter. But if they're loading prions in those pens, it matters if the pens ever come down.
And that's
those areas. That's why the not depopulate terrifies me, because they're loading these areas.
But then then you're totally against what the sheep industry did.
Well, and that's really another excellent point, though, Michelle, is that then that gives us another opportunity to determine the amount of environmental shedding, at what stage that happens, right? So, and that's exactly what Mentor's working on next, right? Like, let's look at environmental sampling, let's look at soil types, let's look at prions and soil.
And be prepared to have 20 fences.
Give us an opportunity to do that.
5 is not going to be enough.
How many deer live past 3 years old in the wild?
20.
So I think it's very evident based on the conversations that we're having today, that it's okay to have controversy with this issue, right? It's okay for all of us to disagree, but ultimately we all have to work together and we're all gonna have to compromise in areas that we may not feel comfortable with. I think that our producers are very important in determining how best to mitigate CWD, how to prevent the introduction, how to prevent the spread. And I think we need to work with them, our researchers, our state partners, our federal partners, to help challenge, to help determine what's going on here and mitigate this risk, which we've not done successfully so far. So the goals, I think, from our agency standpoint, number one, I'd like to see us develop a detailed CWD response plan. So look at the DNR response plan. Very detailed, defines at what levels, at what prevalence we would need to see chronic poison disease and take subsequent actions. And we don't have something like that. And I think that we need to have something that mirrors or maybe incorporates what the DNR has done. For our conversation about endemic areas and for the recommendations of the United States Veterinary Health Association, we did evaluate certain important requirements for farm survey and apply those restrictions based off the best available. We need to promote legislation that allows state and federal agencies, producers, and hunters to work together. And that seems to be the hardest part of this, right? That seems to be the part that we're not successful. And so I think that's going to take all of us, again, to compromise and give a little bit to make that happen. And again, look for opportunities to do research that promotes live animal testing, environmental sampling, et cetera. Let's look for those opportunities that are going to not create a higher risk of spreading CWD, but help us find some of those answers that can ultimately mitigate the risk across the state and possibly across the nation. With that, questions?
Well,
Dr. Hopkins, yes.
It's a question we can't answer, but by understanding this with the farm deers, I'm looking forward to what we can do, what's right for the animal, farmed and the wild animal out of all of this. It'd be much more difficult if we had to do this with just the wild animals. But we have an opportunity.
Great, thank you.
Well, the early 1900s, basically, Iowa was rebuilt. Iowa deer herd population was rebuilt in farms because it was basically extinct. There was 500 deer. You go back in the history of Iowa, white-tailed deer in the Iowa DNR. It was less than 500 deer in the state, and they say right in the article, they credited regrowth of deer in Iowa with escapes and releases from deer farms in Iowa. Well, you know, I know the DNRs would freak out. You talk with Greg Fleet on this over there with his studies, so he's doing. He said, Gary, you guys, you raise these SS deer, you gotta be letting them go in the wild to repop, you know, to breed that S marker in the deer, and you'll solve it in the wild. You know?
That's what you used to say. That's very true. No, it is not.
Question. So when you listed because I haven't seen any of the breakdown of the DNR goals versus the board goals in the MOU. And so I saw it mentioned that both agencies would have a part in depopulation, and with USDA leading those depopulations that have federal indemnity versus a cooperative agreement. I wasn't sure what the expectation.
Let me clarify. That was not depopulation of an infected herd. That was depopulation of a herd that has lost its herd registration status. So my apologies for the confusion. Thanks. Dr. Garcia?
Yeah, just have one comment. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you very much to Courtney for taking on this project. I will tell you, she volunteered to take on the Cervid project, which tells you she's got a lot of heart and a lot of gumption. And I also want to commend you for the way presentation. I thought you did a great job of showing that we're science-based. We're all about cooperation. You gave credit where credit was due. And we are committed to devoting as much time as necessary to all of our programs, including Cervid. So thanks, Courtney.
This cooperation, we used to have that, and we worked effectively together, and we've lost that in the last years. And we have so much more now nowadays than we have then, and we have biosecurity, environmental testing on the bench. That we can, I think we can come back together if we, you know, something was organized and all spirits and we talk about this and find ways for us all to get together. She was talking about it's very exhausting. Michelle's talking about being exhausting. We're exhausted. Everybody's exhausted. It's not working. And I think it's a good start. If we don't try, nothing's going to change. So thank you.
All right, Ryan, we are way behind schedule.
I'll work through this. I gotta say, I thought this was kind of interesting. So I'm gonna talk about a disease we don't have. So it's almost like we had the ghost of Christmas past, the ghost of Christmas present, and then the ghost of Christmas is yet to come. And if you remember the Christmas Carol, this is the worst one. I'm swine guy at the board, so I'm going to talk about our swine health improvement plan, US SHIP we call it. But I'm going to start with a little background on kind of what's the impetus behind it. So African swine fever, and I'll try to do a kind of a fast run through the history of this disease. So this is a disease that was discovered in Africa. Some domestic pigs were imported to Africa, and they noticed these pigs were dying at a rapid rate. Ultimately, they discovered that it was a disease, a virus that was harbored by wild pigs in Africa, warthogs specifically, and in the ticks that inhabited their burrows. So warthogs seem to be immune to it, domestic pigs not so much. So this is kind of a quick and dirty of the initial phase of African swine fever, or ASF, in the world. So from there, we had a lot of distribution of this virus across the world. For the most part, this kind of got somewhat eradicated from the outlying areas in the 90s. Certainly by the 80s, we were seeing less and less of it. But then we had an unfortunate resurgence in 2007. And this is of particular interest because this is the strain we deal with now. And if you follow that blue arrow that goes from Africa up to the country of Georgia, so we call this the Georgia 2007 strain because of how it eventually infected the country or the world a second time. The contamination was oddly human spread. So this is kind of a repeated theme in this disease. It's a pig disease that 100% of the time is spread by people. So by that I mean contaminated meat and swill feeding. So there's evidence to suggest that this actually moved from Africa to Georgia and Russia by the Russian military. So bringing food with them and feeding garbage to domestic pigs, and from there it just continued to spread. And obviously Russia into Asia was a pretty direct route. And again, they could track it somewhat. This is anecdotal because we don't know what happens in Russia and Asia, but the timeline on how these cases spread throughout those continents kind of mimics the military spread as well. So that kind of brings me to where we're at today. Just a real fast update. Africa endemic. We just know, as I said, it's in the warthog dens and burrows, so it's never going to leave Africa. I think at this point we can also say the same thing about Asia and Russia. The problem is those two countries are desperate for protein sources, so it's hard to eliminate huge protein sources and still feed your people. The bigger concerns and where we start to get a little more of an eyebrow raise is when we get into these countries that are our allies. So European countries, and in particular, we're looking at some of these recent occurrences in Germany. So the disease started to spread a little bit to the west. After this major migration to the east, we started to see it creep into Eastern Europe and from there into Western Europe. So Germany, I would say, is probably the most Western case we saw in recent history. And initially, same thing, swill feeding. We had pigs that were eating garbage, and the other interesting thing about Europe is they have a very robust wild boar population. So garbage feeding mixed with wild pigs, and you can kind of imagine how that virus spreads. Unfortunately, more recently, the spread in Germany has creeped closer to their commercial production areas and has entered the commercial production areas. I list the Netherlands, France, and Switzerland with question marks because we had recently some incursions in areas of Germany that put it very close to those countries. And there's a concern that, how much longer before we end up in those countries. Italy has had positive cases as well. The curious thing about that area, when we look at the geography, is, logic would tell you, well, the Alps keep everything away. There's all kinds of mountain ranges in there. Again, humans are carrying this in. So the suspicion especially that Italy area, the cases that we found there, right along main thoroughfares. So highways where people are likely throwing garbage out or just hiking and they bring a meal along, have a picnic and leave it behind. The last one I've listed there is our first incursion into the Western Hemisphere since the previous infection back in the 70s. So I put this up there just to kind of illustrate where everything lies and why this scares us a lot more than, we're worried about our European allies as well. But when we start looking at Haiti and the Dominican Republic, so that island is infected now. It was back in the 70s. This is a new strain, so they've tested to prove that this is the Georgia 2007 strain, the new ones. But when you look at that map, boy, it doesn't take long to get from Haiti and the Dominican Republic to Florida. And I cringe every time hurricane season comes because they show the swath of hurricanes coming right through those Caribbean countries. And we also know we get a lot of immigrants coming in. We hear about boats coming in with people and that sort of thing. So it's a very precarious situation to have it that close to our borders. Not to mention Puerto Rico, and I don't have the U.S. Virgin Islands on there, but in that same neck of the woods. So we're in kind of a scary position with African swine fever, just the proximity to our borders here in the mainland, but also our territories up in the Caribbean. So the concern has always been, if this gets to the U.S., how does it get into the commercial operations? And if we follow what history has shown us in other countries, it's swill feeding gets into the wild population. From there, it gets into our commercial enterprises. So this map just kind of gives you an update on where our feral pig populations are in the U.S. So ironically, I've gone to meetings and I always kind of chastise our southern friends and say it's not a problem up here. We don't have wild pigs up in the frozen tundra. It's all you guys down in the south that need to take care of your wild pig population. And then I was at a meeting where a Canadian showed me this. So that is wild pig populations in Canada. And this is actually an interesting history. So Canada had this big surge. Their government wanted to expand agriculture, come up with unique forms of agriculture. So they were doing everything and anything. They had moose farms. They had a little of everything. Wild pigs, that was a big deal. People wanted to get a different kind of protein, different kind of agriculture, and lo and behold, they survived quite well in the frozen tundra. The bottom fell out of that market. People didn't want to feed them. They let their pigs loose. So I have to eat my words. So we worry about those southern states, but we are not immune by any means here in the north. I work with Erik Nelson quite a bit at the DNR with kind of surveillance with these wild pigs, and he keeps giving me really scary statistics. Things like we're finding feral swine DNA in Minnesota waterways. So the boundary waters, they're finding DNA actually in the water. So where are those pigs? And Erik will keep you up at night with some of his scary stories about there's anything and everyone hiding out there. Never mind Bigfoot, there's feral pigs around everyone. So it really is kind of an eye opener, right? I think we have that mentality, that this is a southern problem. Those are warm weather animals, but clearly they survive quite well. And they're hard to find. They were showing some of these aerial footage of they were doing kind of temperature kind of cameras to find where these pigs were, and they can't find them because they've learned how to make pig glues, they call it. Literally, they make little huts and survive under the snow, and then you can't see them. So some challenges that that we certainly are aware of and are concerned with respect to incursion of pig disease. So this is just to keep you up there. The concerns that we have, what if ASF gets here in the United States? What do we worry about? So halted U.S. pork and pork production. There will be a 72-hour standstill of all pig movement in the country if we get a case in the United States. That's going to further drop the price of pork because now we have foreign trading partners that are not going to want pork being shipped overseas. Job loss, culling the herd. We've got a lot of things that play into this, and we're trying to dissect out. So it's interesting. I said we don't have this disease, but we really are in kind of the mindset that it could be here any day. So we really are working on stopping up, preventing it before it gets to that point. One of the main things that we have, so we worry about swill feeding, and I need to make a distinction between swill feeding and garbage feeding. So swill feeding is just feeding uncooked, unprepared food that you would eat and just feeding it to your livestock. Garbage feeding in Minnesota is actually food waste that has been treated. So treated by heating, cooking to destroy any kind of pathogen. So we allow garbage feeding in Minnesota, the regulated form. Swill feeding is the bigger concern. So we get a lot of foreign visitors that want to bring their food with it, or someone who's visited a foreign country. Courtney told me her sister was in Italy and tried to bring back some Italian sausage until she got a hold of it because of ASF. But the beagle brigade has been a huge asset in preventing contraband coming in. Actually just had a message from Dr. Thompson that she was at the airport and recognized someone with a beagle, and she thanked them for their work with ASF prevention, and she had a big story about this giant snail that someone had brought back from Africa that one of the beagles found. So I thought that was kind of fine. This is something I tease Iowa with, that maybe we need to put a fence up to prevent any incursions from the south. But this is actually what Germany and Poland have tried along their border to try to minimize the spread of the wild boar population. Probably not practical here in the US, but it's another method. So U.S. strategies, how do we deal with this? And this is kind of on a national level, things that are in the process of being implemented to try to curb this before it gets here. So a lot of vaccine research is going on. I don't think we want to hang our hat on vaccines. Our preference is to not have to vaccinate because we don't have it here. But we certainly have partners in Vietnam that are allowing a lot of research to go into that. And we've got some favorable prospects out there that are doing that kind of research. Research in cleaning and disinfecting, what things kill this virus, what things don't, and how do we heat and treat the vehicles that we're hauling feed with and hauling live animals with. Feed mitigation, it's a little scary to hear how much feed products come from China and some of these countries that are infected with ASF. And what are we doing to prevent that from surviving transit? There's some research done by Scott D to show that African swine fever can last a long time in a shipping container, the same length of time it would take to make it across the ocean. So what things can we add to the feed? What can we do? Can we heat the feed? Can we do things to try to prevent that from happening? Biosecurity obviously is on everyone's mind, just like with high-path avian influenza. We worry about who's coming and going and how are we preventing what's coming and going with that. Regionalization and protected zone, not necessarily the same thing, but I'll kind of explain them together. So regionalization is kind of working as a group together, and we really have had a lot of effort in this with our neighbors, particularly Iowa. So if you look at the pig production in the US, Iowa and Minnesota kind of wraps up the majority of it, but we've got a lot of interaction with some of our partners in the Dakotas, even into Nebraska and some of the more Midwestern central states. So how do we deal with this? If we find out it's in the wild population, what can we do to kind of isolate our population from that? So there's some different measures that we've worked on, how we work together in a region to deal with that. This protection zone is kind of a spin-off of that or somewhat similar to that. This is something that the USDA has implemented in our Caribbean islands. So Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands are considered a protection zone. So the point of that is, if they would happen to get African swine fever, it doesn't make the US in general considered African swine fever positive. So we still are trying everything to prevent it from getting there, but the idea was it's an isolated area that we can keep isolated and still maintain normal production in the mainland. And then US shift is the next strategy, and I will get to that shortly. Minnesota specifically, what are we doing? So we also have an emergency disease management committee for swine, similar to the poultry and not similar to the poultry. So we've got several subcommittees off of that are doing a lot of research, a lot of kind of collaborating to figure out what to do. And I was going to give some nods to Lucy Hunt. She heads up our depopulation and disposal subcommittee and has done amazing things with how do we do mass depopulation in swine to effectively deal with this if we get in that situation. And she's nationally, if not world renowned in some of the research that she's done here in Minnesota. So Minnesota's got a lot of spotlight on the progress that we've made on that. Surveillance, I mentioned the surveillance at the borders with the Beagle Brigade. We also do surveillance with pigs at slaughter plants. So we've got agreements with the USDA to check for a variety of diseases, including ASF. And each state is kind of designated with a certain number of samples that need to be under surveillance just to make sure that we aren't missing anything. In the trenches activities, so Diane DeWitt from University Extension has spent some time in the Dominican Republic talking to them about biosecurity protocols and trying to help them understand how do we eliminate this disease. Dr. Molgaard had mentioned Andres Perez, also at the University of Minnesota, is doing a lot of research internationally as well. And he's reached out to us to see if there's some collaboration efforts that we can do. And I'm glad she mentioned him because I wasn't sure if I could or not. But I shouldn't say mention him, but some of the projects that we're working on. So is there a way that we can learn more directly from those areas? Can we get some of our producers involved more and understand what's happening, what's going well, what's not going well? As we know, when you're in the trenches, it's not all scientific based, it's what's working. And then you go back and figure out why that's scientifically working. So some of that is what's important in the relationships that we have there. And then my last bullet point again is US shift. That's kind of where this is somewhat evolving. So our emergency disease management committee is starting to couple a little bit more with US shift. And US shift is the US Swine Health Improvement Plan, fashioned after the meth and poultry improvement plan, kind of a similar project to try to come up with a way that we're approaching this the same way on a national level. So how do we prevent this disease? How do we keep everyone engaged in this? So this diagram kind of shows you the multiple factors that are involved. So from official state agencies to producers, packers, veterinarians, and our federal partners. How do we all work together to manage this? So US shift started in 2020. This was a project from some USDA funds to establish a pilot program to kind of get this underway. And staff were recruited and began planning how this program would look, how do we build off of what NPI started. In 2021, program standards were drafted. We had, at that time, 28 states that were interested in participating, which was huge. They were hoping for maybe 15, 20, but they were pretty excited to have that many. We had our inaugural meeting down in Des Moines, and it was kind of orientation of what the plan was for US shift, and then to vote on some standards and resolutions moving forward. Then this summer, we had our second meeting here in Minneapolis, and we actually started our enrollments in March of this year, and then got together in August to discuss a little bit more about how this looks moving forward. So just to give you an idea of what our enrollments have been here in Minnesota. These are our totals, so you can, I hope you can make out the numbers on the map. The main thing I want to point out is we come in second place behind Iowa for numbers of enrollments for this program. So that's, we're not going to beat Iowa, but certainly we're in a solid second place. No one has really come close to us. And I will say, because of partnerships with our Minnesota pork producers, we've been able to work with Jill and our other pork producers in the state to try to get this program rolling and to understand. I was able to speak at Minnesota Pork Congress to further expand on this, and I think we had a great showing. So you kind of see the numbers there: 89 breeding herds, 2 boar studs, 89 breeding herds, 886 growing pigs, 12 feral feeder to finish, 14 small holdings. We don't have any non-commercial, and we have 1 packing plant that are currently enrolled. So the standards, these were kind of the standard updates for this year. For enrollments, it was established that, you know, each state kind of determines who their official state agency is. We decided that the Minnesota Board of Animal Health would be the official state agency for Minnesota. Some states use their pork boards as their official state agency, but we decided to house that information in our agency and our database. Another standard that was approved, kind of validated, was that valid veterinary client-patient relationship has to be a part of this program. So when producers sign up, they have to establish that they have a veterinarian that they work with. Traceability, demographics about where the pigs are coming from, where they're going. A lot of that movement information has to be involved. Semen movement was another one that was kind of re-upped, I guess, in this session. And then animal identification. How are we able to determine an individual animal? Biosecurity standards revolved around feed supply, personnel biosecurity, and secure pork supply plans. And then the last standard, sampling and testing. We don't have any at this time, so that's where we start to diverge a little bit from NPI. We don't have a requirement that we test pigs for ASF just because we haven't had it in the country, but it's got a subcommittee that is working on what that's going to look like. Resolutions in addition to those standards. So there's been a discussion that they would like a repository for movement records. So something that would be accessible by all regulatory officials that would be dealing with this. So is there a place that I can go to determine where Iowa's movement records are housed and figure out if there's some traceability between Minnesota and Iowa? Another resolution was to establish a feed biosafety working group. So this was a subcommittee that had been there at the initial onset of this program, but it was determined that they needed to continue that subcommittee and continue research. Market hall sanitation was another resolution that was put forth to do more research on that. How do we determine how to effectively clean and disinfect these live transport vehicles? Do we have enough capacity to do that? And there's another thing that keeps me up at night. It looks like we probably don't. So how do we get there, or what do we do to replace that? Certified swine sample collectors. There was just an endorsement that they would be accepted and encouraged to be used in the event of a foreign animal disease to collect samples in lieu of the veterinary shortage that we likely would be involved. And then the last point there is, excuse me, USDA developed or organized a general conference committee to kind of organize what management of US SHIP will look like down the road. Because the next transition is to move US SHIP from this pilot program to an actual USDA held program. So that's kind of the next phase we're in. 2024 is when that is completely changing over. So 2023 is kind of the transition period. This general conference committee is kind of working on how do we do that? How do we maintain some involvement in this and are allowed to give guidance to the USDA and vice versa. Special shout out, and I'm not sure if they're still on. Michael Kruzan developed our enrollment application to be completely online. So We actually got some accolades for that on a national level. They asked us to demonstrate that, and I couldn't because Michael developed it, so I had Michael demonstrate it. But it's been great because people can go to our website, enroll, and everything is sent where it needs to go, and it's a paperless kind of system, so it's worked out great. And then my team, Leah and Tony, are the ones that are doing all the data entry, checking that everyone's crossing their T's, dotting their I's, and keeping us in line. That's what I've got. Any questions?
Down in the Caribbean, where ASF is adding, early on, there was issues with depopulation of some of those farms, and then they went ahead and repopulated within a short time of, and it wasn't a coordinated effort, I guess. They didn't realize what's happened, because those people were so afraid of losing the protein source. And I think the initial cooperation, understanding wasn't there, and it created, probably slowed things down.
So the first round of ASF in the Caribbean back in the 70s, there was kind of a snafu. So I think the US came in and they were going to help them repopulate and brought all these big white pigs down, and they all died because these big white pigs don't survive in the tropics. So I think there was a little animosity towards that. I'm not sure who, was it France that came in with a different hybrid? There's another country that kind of came in and sorted that out. So fast forward to this year, they're not too sure they want a lot of help from the US repopulating. But to your point, Dean, about the protein source, that's a huge thing. So in the Caribbean, it's been a little bit of a mess on many levels. There's infighting within the government, and then you've got a border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic that is anything but solid. So pigs are moving back and forth. We know Haiti basically doesn't have a government, so who's controlling things on that side? But the food insecurity is probably the bigger fear. So people are not telling the government when they have sick pigs because they don't want to have all their pigs go away and not be able to feed their families. It was interesting, some of the depopulation efforts were actually halted based on the time of year. I think it was around Christmas, they said we aren't going to depopulate anything until after the holidays, because this is a huge family time. Pork is a big part of their diet, and we're just gonna kind of so it's been I don't want to say they're not taking it serious, but they're certainly giving some concessions to those kinds of things, and possibly rightfully so. ASF is not dangerous to people, but it's hard to remove it from the landscape if you're not removing the infected pigs. So it's been a little bit frustrating. We don't hear a lot about what's going on there either. There were some other things that have caused a little tension between the US and the Dominican Republic. They certainly rely on us for some assistance. We do a lot of their testing, if not all of their testing, or we set up some labs for them. But I was at a conference earlier this spring, and actually got to hear from their Department of Agriculture secretary, and she gave a much more positive kind of overview of it. So she acknowledged some of those kind of things that caused it to lag behind, but she did feel like they were getting a little better at organizing the depopulation and understanding how they're going to keep feeding people and repopulate. But it's still a mess because Haiti's not doing the same thing. So they can only do so much. The one maybe saving grace in all this is we didn't do a lot of, we didn't allow imports of pork products from the Dominican Republic anyway, because they already have classical swine fever. So we've already been on high alert with anything coming out of the Dominican Republic. Yeah.
In saying that the vaccine research in Vietnam is very much funded by the US government. The vaccine production facility they're making here, if we needed vaccines that really does work, that we should be able to import vaccine that is being researched.
That's my understanding, yeah, yeah. And I think US has been involved a lot in the funding of that, correct?
Yeah, USSHIC, which is the Swine Health Improvement, or Swine Health Information Center, so many acronyms.
which is funded by the National Pork Board Checkoff funds. But to say there's a viable vaccine today is not a true statement. And certainly we would never proactively vaccinate. So, hoping to make progress in that direction.
Yeah, I think, with anything that has great implications like everything else. So, okay, we start vaccinating. How do we test to prove that's a vaccine or antibody response versus the actual virus? And I think it was Marie Clopain that said, when you're talking vaccine, it's almost like you conceded, like you gave up the right. So,
Right. No, I get that. But I mean, there are ways to make a vaccine so that you know whether it's vaccinated or has to be the virus. For pseudorabies is the.
Right. And I think I know of 2 USDA funded grants for, I keep looking at Stephan, but she's got all the, I think there are 2 USDA grants. That I don't know if they're funded or they were proposed, but they had, one was out of University of Arizona, and I can't remember where the other one was, but it would be research over in Vietnam to determine. I mean, there's kind of a goofy history with that too. So China decided we're going to make a vaccine, and everyone and their neighbors started making vaccine and created a new strain of ASF. So they lost more pigs with vaccine than they saved.
What are we doing now? What are we doing now?
Right. Right.
I want to thank you for your information. We haven't talked about swine for quite a while. So.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, but it's good to hear about some other species. So thank you.
You bet. Thank you all.
Thank you for everybody's participation today. At this time, I'd like to ask for a motion to adjourn the meeting. Next meeting? Yeah, we need to cover that. Next quarterly meeting will be in February, I believe.
I think we have to be for April, so that they allow it used to be one that, it's gonna, just check.
In line.
Not here to be.
I think it happens, that was February.
Yeah. Tuesdays, just. It's gonna impact. It's usually Wednesdays and Tuesdays were better, but that could be Wednesday, so. Might need to, pick a couple dates, Tuesday and Wednesday, maybe it's. Like, a little better for us to help.
We work down Wednesday. Oh, that's our chance. We don't have that.
The early, I guess the earlier, the earlier would be better.
Oh, yeah. What's your name? Let's go with the 20, which is the 2 years. What do you think of the 7th?
Could be tentatively say 7th. Check that. Dr. Fox. We tentatively take or say February 7th and or the 8th, because Dr. Fox in the past has said that Tuesdays work better for her. Sure. So we should leave her with her doctor's appointment, but if we could check in with her. Sure. So either the 7th or the 8th, and we can.
Charge.
Okay. There, motion to adjourn the meeting. Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed, consent. All right, motion carries.